Wah. Hello, welcome or welcome back to Spooky Sunday. Really, the only thing spooky going on here today is the fucking bad luck I have had today. If I sound stressed, it's because I am. I had a massive panic attack this morning. Everything is just shitting all over me today, and the anxiety is high. I was on the phone for like an hour and a half with like Apple support. I only like use one Apple device at the moment, and that's like an iPhone because I needed a new phone like a year and a half ago. So I got, I don't know, the iPhone was like, I could upgrade to an iPhone on my phone plan. So I just did that. And because I was kind of already paying for it anyway. And so I did that. But I got a thing saying that like, so I've used the same email address since I was like a kid, basically. And it's connected to like the first iPhone that I had, probably in like, I don't know, like 2011, 2012, roundabout like that time period. Anyway, I get an email saying, and it had all my correct details and everything, and it looked like a legitimate like Apple email address, and it was like, yeah, we this is just to say that your phone verification has been changed to this number. And I'm like, huh, what? And apparently Apple had sent me a few other emails earlier in the week, like saying that the request to change my verification and yada 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 would go through by, I think, the 12th of September or something like that. But it all went to my junk, and I always get fake Apple emails anyway, so usually if I see something from Apple, I just ignore it. Anyway, I'm like, fuck, someone's hacked it. Anyway, talking to this moron for an hour and a half, going around in circles, trying to say like, I had to change my number because I had like this borderline personality disorder girl stalking me, so I had to change. She's a girl I talked about last night, actually. That Beck chick that was like obsessed with me, and then she decided that she hated me and was trying to destroy my life. It was, yeah. And I was like, so I don't have that phone number, and we're just going around and around in circles. That I finally find like in my junk email, like the number that they've used to like originally like get into my email account, and it was like a spoofed number. It was like a weird thing with a weird code, and I looked it up, and apparently it's a premium number that people use online for like Australia. Anyway, I was like, okay, well, I don't know. Like, I think if anything, like I think all the payments that would be tied to that account would obviously have expired by now. If maybe back in the day I used iTunes or something like that. I don't think anyone uses that anymore. I don't know. Anyway, just going through, and eventually I just get the fucking moron to agree to like delete the fucking account. But it was stressful. And then after that, literally everything else has been going wrong. Like literally just walking around the house, maiming myself, just things falling on me, things falling over, things breaking. Streamlabs decided to log itself out. Then my internet decided to disconnect itself for no reason. I don't know. I feel like someone's after me. Oh my god. I just don't need the fucking stress. Sorry to be the world's biggest fucking whinger, but fuck me. Fuck me. I don't need this stress, okay? Ooh. Yeah, I gotta calm down. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I just feel like crying, and I want to go home, but I am home. But I want to go to a different home where I can control everything out in the universe. Okay. All right. I don't know, guys. don't know. Let's look at some urban legends. I just keep on saying I don't know. Apparently, I am a broken record. But let's have a look at some urban legends. Did I get to update? Well, I changed my passwords on literally everything. I like freaked the fuck out. I went through, I had like a notebook. I got a notebook and I wrote down like I made like, and I put like authenticators on everything, and I'm freaking the fuck out and I'm running around going, because the people that know my old phone number that would want to fuck with me, there's two people. One of them's dead and one of them committed a very serious crime against me, which they were prosecuted for. And I'm wondering if it's, you know, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. If somebody's trying to hack into something that I have, the person that committed the crime against me is why I moved to Melbourne, because they are very, very rich and wealthy. And I've just like, well, fuck this. I am getting the fuck out of here, because I don't want somebody in my family trying to take care of the problem for me and then going to jail. So it's better if I just leave. Then, you know, my dad or one of my brothers or something sorting the problem out. And yeah. So yeah, that's being a woman is a fantastic experience. 10 out of 10 recommend. You recommended a video about eBay selling body parts? Yeah, I do want to watch that. Actually, let's watch that now. Well, the thing is, when somebody's, yeah, send me the link, Delta. When somebody is trying to fuck with me and all they have is like my name and when all they have is my name and my old phone number, there's only, you know, there's only a select pool of people that would be trying to fuck with me with that information. And it suggests to me that it's more than likely one person, which makes me feel incredibly uneasy. Because I do know they have tried to fuck with my life.
In July of 2006.
Do you have any confirmation that they know your name though? I think so. I think they would have had to have done it to change the verification. I think they would have had to know my name, my phone number, and my email address. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just freaking out if this person's still trying to fuck with me after like how many years? It's incredibly unnerving, and honestly, it makes me scared for my fucking safety. The feeling you're describing of wanting to go home is a classic PTSD in all war veterans. Yeah. No, I know. I just, yeah, it's just been really, really hard because, yeah, it's just, oh, I just can't deal with it anymore. All right. Mussolini's brain sold on eBay. Tales from the internet. So if you've ordered even delivery during COVID, your details will be there. Yeah. I know. Ugh.
Story. Then you know this. In July of 2016, eBay officially banned the sale of human skulls. You might be shocked to hear that they ever allowed the sale of human skulls to begin with. Or maybe you saw my video on that old Real Human Bones Tumblr story. Then you know that the sale of human bones is mostly illegal in the US. You can literally go buy a real human skull right now as you watch this.
I mean, Ethan Klein unfortunately knows about that. Someone sent him a bunch of human skulls. Charming.
Video. Ultimately, eBay changed their policy not because they were compelled legally, but due to ethical concerns that were raised with them after a study suggested that many of the skulls for sale were actually stolen. Some of them might have been sourced from archaeological digs, and others might have gotten there through straight up grave robbing. And they said that allowing sales like this on a site as big as eBay actively encouraged more grave robbing. If you check eBay's rules today, they now have a human parts policy. It bans the sale of human bodies, body parts, and products made from the human body, with an exception made for
Oh yeah, in like South America and stuff like that, like a lot of like practices like voodoo and Santeria and stuff like that, they use human skulls. So there's like a market for like exhumed human skulls, especially from people that had certain professions and like that, to using magic. There's, yeah, grave robbing is still a thing, and like using bones and stuff like that in rituals and spells is still like a massive thing. People be being weird out there.
human hair wigs. The gruesome twosome would be pleased. But eBay's been around since 1995. That's 3 decades ago, and a lot can happen in 3 decades. You probably won't be surprised to hear that eBay has a long storied history with the sale of human body parts, functional organs for transplants, celebrity brain matter, pieces of serial killers. You name it, someone sold it. So for today's video, let's take a look at some of the most notorious cases of human body parts sold on eBay. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped straight to your door. Everyone sleeps differently. Subscription. As one of the first e-commerce sites ever and one of the very few to survive the bursting of the dot-com bubble, it should be no surprise that the eBay of 2025.
I still use eBay. I refuse to use Amazon. I fucking refuse to use Amazon. I've used Amazon like 4 times. I've used it to buy some books that I wanted ages ago from the US that were like a set of secondhand books that I got. And it was really hard because it was before like Amazon had an Australian like subsidiary or whatever. That was like super hard and super inconvenient to do. And a few years ago, I bought my best friend like a pair of Labyrinth slippers, like the worm from Labyrinth. They were on Amazon and they were in the US, so I had to use Amazon to get them delivered. But yeah, I am proud to say I still use eBay to this day. I purchased a phone case this morning because my phone case on my iPhone also broke this morning. Like the sides, you know, the sides that are on the phone case. And this was like a $150 phone case from Casetify that I bought to protect my phone. That also broke. Like when I say everything was happening today, literally everything was happening today. Like literally, it was like someone put a fucking curse on me. Whoopsie, it looks like I accidentally muted myself. Sorry, guys. What was I saying? Yeah, Labyrinth, worm slippers. That's what I did. Yeah, I don't know.
eBay.
eBay.
Kind of a safe, sterile version of what it once was. Like, yeah, you still got people trying to sell Cheetos that look like dicks for thousands of dollars. But that site really used to be the Wild West. Like, I remember one time, Matt from Dinosaur Dracula on his old website, X Entertainment, he did this post where he dug some dirt from his backyard and put it in a jar. Then he poses it for a picture with a bunch of tarot cards. And he sells it on eBay as a magic kit. And someone actually bought it for 20 bucks. I probably saw that post like close to 25 years ago. I remember it just solidifying in my brain that, oh, eBay is not a serious website. But stuff like that would absolutely not fly today. And don't get me wrong, that makes it a much better place to buy and sell things. But it still kind of sucks to see that the soul of eBay is long gone. In fact, you can't even buy a soul on there anymore. Okay, technically you were never actually allowed to buy a soul, but there was at least one major case of such an auction falling through the cracks all the way back in 2001.
My brother did that. My little brother did that. He sold his soul. I think it was on eBay. It might have been on eBay. It might have been another site, but yeah. I don't know, man. That shit freaks me out because he did end up getting schizophrenia, and I was 99% sure that he was demonically possessed for a while. So, it's a little bit freaky.
A 20-year-old from Seattle named Adam Bertle listed his soul on eBay, which he described as hardly used. Although it was eBay's policy to delete listings like this as soon as they found them, this one actually somehow made it all the way to the end. His ex-girlfriend starts things off with a bid of $6.66, and it gets all the way up to $56 by the end. And as still usually happens on eBay, in the closing moments, people went crazy sniping the auction, and ultimately, Adam Bertle's soul was awarded to a woman in Iowa for $400. I hope Bart Simpson realizes how bad Milhouse screwed him. Of course, Adam Bertle never actually expected someone across the country to actually buy his soul for $400, so he had no idea how to actually fulfill his end of the bargain. He told the Seattle Times, "I was just bored, and I'm a geek. So anytime I'm bored, I go back to my internet." eBay suspended his account, and a representative—
It's not your internet, it's our internet. She belongs to all of us. She is our girlfriend. How dare you? How dare you?
said, "You have to have a piece of merchandise that a seller can deliver to a buyer." And in another similar case reported by Business Insider, eBay got a little more philosophical with their answer. eBay does not allow the auctioning of human souls for the following reasons. If the soul does not exist, eBay could not allow the auctioning of the soul because there would be nothing to sell. However, if the soul does exist, then, in accordance with eBay's policy on human parts and remains, we would not allow the auctioning of human souls. The ban on body parts would be continually tested throughout the site's history. A very common early example was kidneys. One of the early examples of this was widely reported in August of 1999. A user named HC Hero made a listing that read, "Fully functional kidney for sale. You can choose either kidney. Buyer pays all transplant and medical costs. Of course, only one for sale, as I need the other one to live. Serious bids only." As was the case with Adam Bertle's story, although these auctions usually got shut down as soon as they are found, this one also managed to slip through the cracks. Bids started at $25,000, and they made it all the way up to $5.7 million before getting pulled, with eBay, of course, citing its ban on human body parts. However, unlike in a lot of cases where eBay was simply making a judgment call, it actually is illegal to sell your own kidney. Which frankly, I mean, that's a little messed up, in my opinion. I have to give my kidney away for free, and meanwhile, that kidney goes into the system and everyone else who—
I hope he's joking. I sincerely hope that he's joking. I mean, well, this is a country where commercial surrogacy is legal. Like, literally the exploitation and trafficking. Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Fucking hyper-capitalistic bullshit. Fuck face. Shit cunt society. Calm down.
touches it gets fabulously wealthy. I know when I say this, I sound like the toaster license guy, but I should be able to make money off my own damn kidneys. Think about it, that'd be the best piece of YouTuber merch ever. Although the auction got pulled, it did spawn a lot of imitators, including a bunch that were archived by whattheheck.com. One was made by a user named Cam Curtis, who tried to skirt the laws with a little clever wording. Will donate perfectly healthy kidney for a reciprocal donation of $2.5 million to a charity of my choice. Please call and leave message. Absolutely serious inquiries, please. Kidney recipient to pay all medical expenses for both parties. Oh yeah, what was this supposed charity? The Human Fund? People also tried listing other organs, like say, a testicle. Or as he put it, one healthy testy for trade. Seriously. Starts at $500,000. Yeah, dog, I don't think you're ever getting $500,000 for your ball. I don't think they were paying that much when they were buying women's ovaries off of Craigslist. Oh yeah, and of course, a penis. Just like John Bobbitt, who you might remember from Saving Val Venus from Kaientai fame. My wife has cut off my penis for cheating on her. I've put it on ice. The doctors tell me it is still operational. I have decided to go with a smaller penis. So I am selling this one. It is 11 inches long when erect with no wart.
So he knows about organ trafficking? Well, apparently he agrees with organ trafficking. Americans? Oh my fucking god, Americans. I should be able to sell my kidney. Are you serious? Should only rich people be able to get kidney transplants because they can jump to the front of the line? And should you be able to financially coerce poor people into giving you their kidneys because financially they have little to no other choices? The same way that rich Hollywood celebrities rent out the uteruses of poor women. It's economic coercion. It's exploitation. It's, dare I say, fucking slavery. It's fucking disgusting. Americans make me fucking vomit. I'm so glad that we only have altruistic surrogacy in Australia and that commercial surrogacy is banned. And I can't believe that it's fucking legal anywhere. Now I'm just angry. Now I'm anxious and angry. What a good combination.
Or any other kind of VD. Feel free to ask for a scan. I think like when you first read this listing, you're thinking like a CAT scan or like, you know, some one of those like X-ray type things. But considering the time period, I literally think he meant he's gonna stick his dick in a scanner and fucking... Understand that this is a pre-phone camera world. Starts at $25,000. For this guy has given away his entire meat for a fraction of that guy's one ball. These guys cutting their dicks off and selling them. It's almost as unreasonable as the retro game. What do these guys think this is? The retro games market? Come on, bro. It's just the testicles. It's not like you're selling a complete new in-box Earthbound for Super Nintendo. Despite all these auctions obviously being very silly, it surprisingly did inspire a lot of conversation about the logistics of making such a deal, the state of organ donations in the country, and just internet law in general. A lot of the coverage noted that eBay at the time actually had no system for dealing with this. They relied entirely on user reports, and if something didn't get reported, they just wouldn't see it. Time magazine said, with close to 6 million users posting to the site, the company says there's no way to stay on top of every listing. And if the company tried, it could be liable for anything that got through. It's really interesting to see an assessment like that in 1999, because at that point in time, we hadn't really gotten the laws that allowed for sites like YouTube to be able to have content without being held responsible for every single thing put on there. So at this time, people
I don't know if you know that YouTube didn't exist in 1999. I hope that helped. There was literally nothing like YouTube. YouTube didn't exist until the mid-2000s. Hope that helps. Four Eyes, who looks like he's old enough to know that. If you weren't born in the 80s or 70s, I will eat my fucking hat, sir. I don't have a hat, but I will purchase a hat. Well, I'm not eating my witch hat. But I will purchase a hat and I will eat it.
Really weren't sure what would happen in that case. And I remember not that long ago, I think it was in Europe, they were having some kind of law debated that would essentially screw websites over like that. Something where companies would be held for everything their users post. And it would even extend to search engines. I don't remember what it was called. But it's 1999, so barely anything's codified at this point. People are just making guesses. And while a lot of this was very obviously just jokes, a lot of healthcare professionals did take the opportunity to express concern about the state of organ donations. The LA Times noted that at the time, there were 42,907 patients in the US waiting for a kidney donation. And according to the National Kidney Foundation, that number now in 2025 is up to 123,000. Of course, if you're wealthy enough, you're playing a completely different game. As one of the doctors that Time magazine spoke to noted, a person who can afford $5.7 million to buy a kidney on eBay probably has way better options. Although ostensibly those listings were for people who needed kidney transplants, another significant portion of sales like this on eBay were for memorabilia. The true crime junkies who watch this channel are probably familiar with the name Roy Norris. Along with Lawrence Bittaker, he was one of the serial killers known as the Toolbox Killers, named for the devices they used to torture teenage girls in the summer of 1979. After being caught, Norris pled guilty and would testify against Bittaker, who he felt manipulated him into participating in the murders. Although psychologists said that this was part of a pattern of shifting responsibility for his actions. Bittaker would get the death penalty while Norris got life with parole, although ultimately he would die behind bars in 2019. While in prison, like a lot of infamous murderers, Norris would often correspond with people in the outside world through the mail. Some of these messages would be sold through various auction outlets online, but perhaps the most interesting one was posted to eBay in July of 1999. Serial killer fingernails signed. Although the photos from this specific listing seem to be long gone, with a starting bid of $9.99, here's what you're getting. 3 of Roy's fingernails, affixed with a small piece of tape to a recycled card, the back of a portion of a color Christmas card, approximately 4 by 2.5 in size. He's penned a long note authenticating the nails, which fills half of the card. At bottom right, he's signed in full over a perfect right thumbprint, in black ink. Absolutely guaranteed authentic for life, or your money back. The nails would eventually wind up in the collection of a crime victims advocate, Andy Kahn of Houston, Texas. In an interview with local news station KHOU, and he spoke about his efforts to stop what he calls murderabilia. He acquired the nails and a lot of similar items while investigating this phenomenon that he assumed was illegal. Although some laws have been passed in certain parts of the country, the practice still remains mostly legal. But in 2001, eBay banned the sight of most of this memorabilia, and in the wake of this rule change, several more sites like Murder Auction and Supernaut popped up. And here's a bunch of autographed nail clippings that I found on Supernaut. But in the
I don't know, guys. I don't know why it muted. I have absolutely no fucking idea why it fucking muted.
grand scheme of things, serial killers are kind of small potatoes. What if we aimed a little bit higher? How about the body parts of a dictator? This is one that was actually shown to me by Wavy Websurf somewhat recently. So in November of 2009, a listing was made by an anonymous eBay user. For the price of 15,000 euros, you could own the blood and brains of Italian dictator Benito Mussolini. You might be asking, how does one come to acquire the blood and brains of Mussolini? On April 28th of 1945, Mussolini and his mistress were executed by firing squad. Their bodies were later brought to Piazzale Loreto, where the corpses were brutally beaten, spat on, and hanged by their feet. Afterwards, an autopsy was performed, and they determined that the bullets killed them. The hospital in Milan that performed the autopsy would later receive a letter from a psychiatrist in Washington, D.C., named Winfred Overholser. He wanted to study Mussolini's brain. But it's not like, he could just get the brain and trace the wrinkles and see what's going on there. It's because of a theory that he had something called general paresis, which is what happens when syphilis goes untreated and spreads to the...
I feel like I haven't paused this video enough, and I feel like this guy could be somebody that would get me in trouble for not pausing the video enough. But I don't really have anything to say about it, to be honest. I don't know. You think I said something before I was muted? I don't even know how it muted. I'm confused as to how it muted itself. What was I saying before I was muted? I don't know. I think I was saying it's literally the proceeds of crime. I think that's what I was saying. Which is illegal in Australia, but I was saying given the state of certain cultures, it wouldn't surprise me if there's no legislation preventing that. Because you gotta make $1 somehow, right? That's all that matters. Self-enrichment.
brain. Some people believe that this could be an explanation for his behavior, so multiple samples of Mussolini's brain were sent to Overholser in Washington, D.C. After examining the brain, he determined that it was totally normal. There was no syphilis, he was just like that. After the research was done, it was said that these brain samples were disposed of. This, of course, was a lie. In the years following, there was talk around Washington, D.C. of an infamous Mussolini brain sample that was still floating around, but this was largely believed to be an urban legend. Then in 1955, reporter John McElway caught up with Winfred Overholser, and then Overholser would show him something. A glass vial labeled Mussolini brain. And inside was a chunk of organ tissue that the reporter said resembled chicken liver. Mussolini's body was returned to his wife 2 years later in 1957, but the body they received was missing the brain. So of course she started to demand that the brain also be returned to her. She pestered them about it for nearly a decade, and finally in 1966, she's handed an envelope from an American diplomat, and inside the envelope is chunks of Mussolini's brain, but they couldn't get it all. Overholser died in 1964, and nobody knew what happened to the sample that was in
his wife. Yeah, I believe Mussolini was hung with his mistress. I believe Mussolini and his mistress were both like hung in a public square. I think he'd run off from his wife, because it is Italy, it is Catholic, divorce is frowned upon. I'm pretty sure Mussolini was hung with his mistress, because I remember learning about that. Can I spell Mussolini? Probably not. Nope, I cannot spell. Mussolini. Hanged with mistress. Mussolini with his mistress Clara Petacci maybe? and 12 members of his cabinet were executed by partisans in a village on Lake Como after being arrested in attempt to cross the Swiss frontier. The bodies were brought to Milan last night. Yeah, so he was... Hi, Ricochet. So yeah, he was hung with his mistress. So I assume his wife wasn't implicated in any crimes because he'd run away with his mistress. So she was probably just allowed to get on with it because, let's be honest, we've all dated fuckwits. Maybe not Mussolini levels of fuckwit, but we don't want to be held accountable for the crimes of somebody that we were stupid enough to be in a relationship with at some point. Because that would suck. That would suck.
Possession. And then one day in 2009, an eBay auction supposedly pops up with a wooden box, and inside the wooden box are 3 glass vials of his blood and brains, supposedly sourced from the original autopsy at Policlinico Hospital in Milan, which of course would be the same source that Overholser got his. The auction remained up for a couple hours, but eBay was able to take it down before any bids were made. But it became international news after it received the attention of Mussolini's granddaughter, Alessandra Mussolini. In her younger days, Alessandra was an actress and a model who released a city pop album in Japan, but she decided to give up showbiz after being asked to change her name. And with that life behind her, she would go on to continue her grandfather's work as a politician in Italy. Ironically, the very moment that she found out about this eBay listing, she just happened to be at a conference on internet crime. So she immediately goes to talk to the police, and then she makes a statement to the press. Referring to her as a right-wing politician and former showgirl, the Telegraph quotes her as saying, "This is very serious. These are the kinds of things we have to guard against." She would go on to say that the police are on the case, and they've assured her that whoever made this eBay auction is going to be backtraced, the cyber police are going to get them, and consequences will never be the same. She was also certain that the source of the brain matter was, once again, Policlinico Hospital in Milan. Representatives of the hospital quickly responded. They said that the samples that they had of Mussolini's brain were destroyed a few years after the autopsy. Of course, a similar claim was made about Overholser's sample, and that was a lie. And if there was anything that someone was gonna lie about, it would be something like this.
I can't believe Mussolini's granddaughter has the temerity to be a right-wing politician, and how fucking random she's making fucking city pop fucking albums in Japan. I don't know what this timeline is like. If we're not living in a simulation, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? This world doesn't make any sense. It's 100% crazy, and I want to get off this ride. I'm done. Let me out of here. I'm going. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. This has to be made up. This sounds like me jibber-jabbering when I have a fever. I don't understand what's happening.
Like, the more I think about it, like really putting myself in that situation, there's just no way that someone was tasked with destroying one of the most famous chunks of brain to ever exist, and just destroying it. They definitely pocketed it. But despite being sure it came from the hospital in Milan, she also said that it might have been from Washington, D.C., or maybe it was just a lie. Boundary Stones, a website about local Washington, D.C. history, would look back into Dr. Overholser's sample in 2015, and they actually found some people debating over whether or not the Overholser sample ever actually existed. Officials had no problem finding the half of the brain slivers stored away at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, but when it came time to search for the sample once kept in Dr. Overholser's safe, the St. Elizabeth's staff was stupefied. It was nowhere to be found, nor did any record of it exist in the hospital documents. Some even doubted its presence at St. Elizabeth's at all. Dr. Solomon Katzenelbogen, director of research in 1945, recalled talk of the brain, but didn't remember ever seeing it. If it was studied, he claimed, the very meticulous pathologist on staff would have made a careful record, but others were sure of its existence. McElway testified that he had seen the brain, and St. Elizabeth's then superintendent, Dr. David Harris, confirmed that it had indeed traveled to the hospital for research. One thing that everyone agreed on was that its fate had been sealed with Dr. Overholser's death. It's possible that after he died, maybe the brain chunks went to family or someone otherwise close to him, but it's also just as likely that the brain was literally thrown in the garbage, as often happens when an old man dies. Maybe Overholser's sample is what wound up on eBay, or maybe it did come from Milan, but as far as I know, the Italian police never actually did manage to backtrace it. So we'll probably never really know if the sample of Mussolini's brain that went on eBay was real, and if so, where it actually came from. But anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, turn on notifications, and check out—
No. Go away, I don't like you. I'm not your friend! And I don't like you. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quickly. I'm back. Did you miss me? JM said, did you see the UF fights this morning? Oh my god. No, I did not. I was on the phone with Apple trying to work out if someone stole my identity. And it was fucking stressful. And then literally everything else went wrong. So fucking brilliant morning. I'm still having a panic attack probably, so. Yay! Alright, I will watch it. I will watch it later. Ugh. Okay, I don't know. I'm doing my best. It's hard. Oh yeah, we definitely can't watch it online. We definitely cannot watch it online. That is for fucking sure. You were so sick of the Charlie Kirk thing already? Oh, has there been any more developments? I mean, what else is there to really say about it? They're trying so hard to make it about trans people. Dude wrote, notices bulge, ooh woo, what's this? Or one of the bullet case seats. I did see that. I did see that. What a shitpost. Yeah. You do not like Charlie Kurt, but you feel bad. That was very brutal. Well, yeah, I don't like lots of people, but I don't go around shooting cunts. You know what I mean? I just let my anger fester quietly deep down inside, you know? Just bottle it all up. And then when I watch State of Origin 3 nights a year, I just yell and scream at the TV a lot and swear at all the Queenslanders and tell them that I hope their state catches on fire and then floods, and then I feel better. And then I go back, to, you know, regular. I have 3 nights a year where I let out all my rage. You support Queensland? Yeah, you would. You would, JM. Look at you. Look at your life choices. Why would me, a New South Wales girl, a proud New South Welsh woman, support Queensland? In what fucking universe would I support those fucking cane totally? Queensland is better. Yeah, fucking go live there then. Fucking go live there. See how long you fucking last, Delta. All right, I'll pack your bags for you. I'll drive you to the fucking airport, Delta. Fucking hell. All right, let's watch a video about Bloody Mary. Me and my friends used to do this at lunch. At school.
Staring into a mirror summoning Bloody Mary by chanting her name is a terrifying classic sleepover ritual.
Now, in Australia, we do it at lunchtime, at big lunch. You can't stop us. You can't stop us.
Here's the basic premise. If you chant Bloody Mary while looking in a mirror in a dark room, preferably a bathroom, the face of this spectral woman will appear alongside you. The mirror is a symbol of revelation and self-reflection. It forces us to see what others see. In fiction, mirrors and reflections often serve as tools for confrontation, like in Harry Potter or Snow White. Even when serving as portals or windows to alternative worlds like in Alice Through the Looking Glass or Oculus, the journey of self-discovery or revelation is paramount.
Oh, I don't like this. I'm scared. That reminded you need to buy a new car battery. Well, yeah, if you want to drive all the way to Queensland, it's a pretty big drive. I'll help you. I'll help you pack your bags, Delta.
With Bloody Mary, that truth might just be a good fright, or her appearance might tell your future, grant you a wish, or perhaps even kill you. I'm Dr. Emily Zarka, and this is Monstrum. If you were unlucky enough to summon Bloody Mary, there's no real standard of what you'll see. By some accounts, she's hideously mutilated, but in others she is beautiful but bloody. More commonly though, every aspect of her appearance is vague. Her spectral
I don't know why we used to do this every lunchtime, because it just used to scare us and we just used to run out of the bathroom, like out of the toilets screaming. But we also used to do things like dare each other to jump on the train tracks, like when we could see that a train was coming, and then like try and stay there for like I don't know what we were doing when we were like 12, 13. Our brains were fucked up. We used to like, I don't know, because you didn't want your friends to think that you were a pussy, so you were like, I have to prove how brave I am. I don't know, peer pressure, guys.
Origin story is all over the place too. She's tragically disfigured and out for revenge, or she's been killed by a jealous lover. There's even versions where she was a witch burned at the stake in Salem. In some legends, she's connected to a cult. Where she comes from and what she looks like is less important than the ritual that summons her. 3 things are almost always required: a dark room, a mirror, and a chant. You have to say her name, anywhere from 3 to 100 times.
We used to do it 3 times. We used to turn off the light, do it 3 times, and then we would probably wait like 4 seconds, and then one of us would scream, and then the rest of us would scream, and then we'd all run out of the toilets. Also, those were the toilets where we used to go to smoke as well, so I don't know. I don't know what we were doing. This is why people shouldn't be allowed to vote until they're 35 years old. That's what I think.
And in some
Oh, do you know what state Pauline Hanson is from, Delta? Do you know what state Pauline Hanson is from? Yeah, she's from fucking Queensland. That's right. Enjoy. You know what? I'm gonna make sure you have to work as Pauline Hanson's staffer. I'm gonna make you her chief of staff, Delta. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna curse you to be Pauline Hanson's chief of staff for the rest of eternity. Nope. You wanna? Oh, I love them. I'm going to Queensland. I wanna go lick some cane toads. Oh, yeah, that's what you get. You have to work for Pauline Hanson now. That's what you get.
You must have a single candle burning. In others, the summoning must occur in a bathroom. A few tales even specify you have to run water, flush the toilet, or spin around 3 times. Still others note that you must run out of the room when you see her, or she...
Nope. That scared me.
can cause you harm. And in some versions of the legend, you even have to offer your own blood. What happens from there? She might reveal your future, but in most stories, she's threatening. She will frighten you out of the room or even attack.
Which raises the question, why the fuck would you do this? Kids are stupid. And if you're an adult and then you do this, like, you shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to vote, and you shouldn't be allowed to participate in society.
attack you in the real world. In one particularly gruesome variation, if you touch the mirror, she will be able to drag you into her realm and kill you. Sound ambiguous? Yeah, that's kind of the point, at least in my mind. Not knowing exactly what is going to happen or who is going to appear in the mirror is part of the attraction of this legend, and a reason to try it yourself. There are 3 common elements to the legend. Let's break it down. First, the dark room. Fact, it's scary to be in the dark, especially if you're asking for something supernatural to happen. Our eyes tend to play tricks on us in the dark. Seeing a distorted reflection in the mirror is possible when darkness and flickering light are in play. In the case of Bloody Mary, overall spookiness and fear are common culprits too. Second, the mirror. Mirrors serve as symbolic boundaries, spaces where the real is confronted while offering the possibility of alternative ways of seeing, or being. After all, there is the idea of the mirror realm. The basic concept of the mirror realm is that there is an opposite, usually darker world that exists alongside our own, and mirrors serve as the portals between the two. Even before Bloody Mary entered into the picture, the idea existed that with some kind of ritual, otherworldly figures could appear inside of mirrors. In some lore, a malicious magic practitioner could even bind a spirit or the devil to a mirror. As the threat of real persecution for witchcraft declined, the idea of occult play or lighthearted dabbling in occult and magical practices rose in popularity. Young adults, particularly women, turned to the mirror for divination rituals, often with the intention of identifying their future spouse. Knowledge of these playful rituals was popular enough that in the early 20th century, as the postcard industry boomed, cards depicting women engaging in divination rituals were popular during the fall season, often corresponding to Halloween. In one example, a girl stands in front of mirrors holding a candle while the nebulous face of a handsome male figure appears over her shoulder. But not all cards show such appealing prospects. Other versions show a stereotypical witch or the frightening ghost of a man, connecting the mirror ritual back to its more nefarious associations. It's hard to guess how seriously rituals like these were taken, although the playful commodification of the events suggests at least some level of carefree participation. The mirror ritual offers a form of boundary rebellion with little risk of true danger, an appealing prospect for teenagers. And finally, the chant, or what puts the Mary in Bloody Mary. The repeated name is always a female one. Bloody Mary, of course, but also Mary Worth, Mary...
Is this a cult activity? I mean, it's summoning some type of ghost, so I mean, I guess you would classify it as that, ding it?
Ruth, Black Madam, Mary Lou, Mary Johnson, Mary Weather, and Mary Wales, for example. Mary is a common name, but some of these women stand out more than others in folklore. Take Mary Worth, for example. Said to have a disfigured face, either from genetics or a bad accident, she resented her looks. So much so that she put a curse upon the mirror she gazed into one day, and it shattered, killing her. If you stare into a mirror and summon Mary Worth, she will appear at a distance in the reflection, moving closer.
Why would you do that? Why would you ever do that? Don't do that. No. Nope. I always thought it Bloody Mary was like Mary Queen of Scots. Am I from Scotland? What is that accent? Yes, Australian accents are from Scotland. Congratulations. Are you American or something? Where does that encyclopedic knowledge of accents come from? Yeah, I'm from Scotland, mate.
Closer until she shatters the mirror. And if this happens, you'll never again be able to look into a mirror without seeing her reflection. Or there's Mary Wales. This Mary was a young woman who was killed when she was run over by a truck. 6 years after she died, a couple saw her trying to hitchhike, bleeding.
Have I ever been to Scotland? Yeah, I've been to Scotland. My best friend is Scottish as well. So her parents are from Glasgow, so they've got incredibly thick Scottish accents. And not remotely similar. You're not from Australia? Well, I'm pretty good at pinpointing people's accents, and I don't know. It's not like Australian accents aren't commonplace in media. Most famous actors are Australian. A lot of musicians are Australian. like Australians are very overrepresented in media. So if you don't know what an Australian accent sounds like, that's a bit concerning.
And wet, she had scratches on her face. You can look in a mirror and summon her ghost by saying, "I do believe in Mary Wales," somewhere between...
Do I smoke pot a lot? No, I smoke pot 0% of the time, okay? What are these questions? Is everything okay at home, mate? Do you need me to call someone? Do you want to give me a blood test? Do you want to test my hair? Where am I reading these chats from? YouTube. It's some guy on YouTube.
10 or 100 times. Given the hitchhiking ghost element, this urban legend might be a regional variant combining elements of other legends and monsters, like the Vanishing Hitchhiker, La Llorona, or Mary Worth. And let's address the royal elephant.
Russell Crowe doesn't sound like me. Well, yeah, Russell Crowe is a fucking Rabbitohs supporter, so fucking he can fucking sound like what he wants to from his fucking harbourfront Woolloomooloo mansion. He's also Kiwi, yeah. Well, his accent shouldn't be too different to mine because he mostly grew up. Well, it would be like a cross between a New Zealand and an Australian accent, I guess. You don't have to ban him. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care.
In the room. Only one other female figure in history has been called Bloody Mary, Mary Tudor or Queen Mary I. Born to Catherine of Aragon and King Henry VIII in 1516, Princess Mary was named after her beautiful aunt, an attribute she came to embody. Scorned by her father upon his second marriage, she would eventually be declared his rightful heir in his will and took the throne in 1553. Her reign was fraught with tension. At Mary's command, hundreds of Protestants were burned at the stake as heretics. Despite this violence, it wasn't until her half-sister Queen Elizabeth's rule that she would become known as Bloody Mary, likely as an attempt to diminish or at least tarnish her historical significance. The catchy name gained popularity as the 17th century wore on. So by the time the infamous mirror summoning postcards popped up in the 20th century, the nickname had been around for hundreds of years. To me, there seems to be an
Yeah, we were always told it was Mary, Queen of Scots. So that's what we were always told when we were kids and we used to do it. Why would anyone consider banning you? You were just engaging. I mean, if that's what you call it.
easy connection between the royal and real Bloody Mary and the folkloric monster. Both of their stories deal with the cultural perception of beauty and of stories being rewritten by whomever is telling them, casting the Marys as both victims and villains. When we consider where the summoning of Bloody Mary often occurs, in bathrooms, and by whom, young women, another interpretation becomes apparent. Bathrooms are uniquely liminal places. Whether private or public, they are rooms within larger spaces where private acts occur, bodily functions often seen as gross or taboo. Folklorist Alan Dundee's Freudian reading of Bloody Mary proposes a metaphorical representation to the onset of menstruation. He argues that the mirror summoning ritual serves as a rite of passage into puberty, a journey that is both feared and celebrated.
Out of genuine curiosity, what is having lupus like? All your knowledge of lupus comes from House and Scrubs. It varies from person to person, honestly. The severity of it and like what organs and stuff it affects varies from person to person. But like for me, I guess the main things that have the most impact on my life are that it affects my brain, so it affects my cognition, and a lot of the time, even though I know something, I can't access the information, or sometimes my brain is just, I just can't get my brain to boot up, and it's incredibly frustrating, and I can have memory problems sometimes if I've got a lot of inflammation on my brain. The other thing that I have that's like very severe is, and this is probably the thing that I would say affects my life the most, is I have a very severe autoimmune reaction to UV light. And I also look incredibly young for my age, so everybody like makes jokes about me being a vampire, which haha, so funny. Yeah, and that makes it really hard. Obviously, like there's a good 6 months of the year where it's kind of untenable for me to kind of go out during the day. I'm in pain pretty much all the time. Really bad joint pain. Because I always also have rheumatoid arthritis, but rheumatoid arthritis is like my secondary autoimmune disease because most people have more than one, but they like have a primary one. And my primary one is systemic lupus. It also affects my heart, which is why I sound like I'm out of breath a lot of the time. And what else does it really affect? Yeah, my brain, my heart, and my joints are the main ones. Do you think we'll develop a cure anytime soon? Maybe. Does sunscreen help? Yeah, sunscreen does help. I do wear sunscreen all the time. But yeah, I have not had a tan in about 9 years, so. Where else am I streaming? I'm streaming on Twitch. Yeah, it's just a lot of pain and a lot of frustration. And a lot of people, because I don't necessarily look sick. Sometimes I look sick, but I don't necessarily look sick. And a lot of people kind of are assholes about it. Especially like, I don't want this to sound misogynistic, but especially like women, you have to prove to them that you're sick. Like you literally have to show them your medications with your name on it, because they like will, I don't know, they'll think that you're trying to get like some special, like some type of special treatment or like some type of like special considerations at work when like, oh, there's nothing wrong with her. Yeah. And my boss is like, she literally was having chemo 6 months ago. Like, I've got like the stuff from the, like, I've got verification from oncologists. Like, oh, like, what are you talking about? And they just like, they're like, well, she doesn't look sick, so she's not sick. Oh, she's always yawning. Why is she always yawning? Why doesn't she go to bed? Why doesn't she take her job seriously enough to go to bed early? It's like, bitch, do you feel sick when you have the flu because your immune system is attacking the influenza virus? Well, my body is doing that all the time. My immune system is attacking my healthy tissues all the time. So I feel like I have the flu every fucking day, okay? Anyway, yeah, it's most, and I'm not saying this to be misogynistic, it's just my personal experience, but I find that guys are way more understanding, and I'll just kind of explain it to them, and then they'll just be like, oh, if you ever need me to like drive you somewhere or pick up your medication, or like, I've had guys literally drive me to my rheumatologist appointment, carry me from the car into the building, carry me around, give me a piggyback, like back, drive me back to my place, give me a piggyback, like back to my lounge. It's like, oh, wow, that's so nice. But yeah, it's yeah, people being assholes because like, I don't know, I don't have a limb missing, so apparently I'm not sick. I don't know. That's the most annoying part. But yeah, just a lot of pain and inconvenience, I guess.
Accept this reading of the legend, then Bloody Mary is a warning not only about the inevitability of the sudden bleeding women will likely deal with in the bathroom, but of puberty in general. An adolescent girl gazing in the mirror.
Most people have daily symptoms, is that right? Yeah, most people have daily symptoms. So my daily symptoms are like joint pain, elevated heart rate, maybe irregular heart rate, just having problems thinking, like brain fog. Those are my everyday symptoms. Then if I'm having a flare, I'm at risk of like having a heart attack. Like I had a small heart attack a few years ago. I used to have seizures. I would have seizures all the time before like I got it under control. And yeah, just really bad joint pain. They were gonna replace my hip, but the medication that I've been taking for a few years now seems to have stopped the degeneration of my hip. So hopefully that will be fine for a while, because I don't want to do that. So yeah, sorry for the whinge session, but that's about it. That's about it, really.
may be met with both trepidation and wonder at her own changing appearance. And that's before you factor in the pressures of an entire beauty industry dedicated to making her want to alter the reflection staring back at her. Not to mention the expectations of whatever standard of attractiveness is being promoted in culture at the time. Perhaps then it is unsurprising that the Mary in the mirror is always frightening when summoned. It also helps explain why Bloody Mary is a common figure at sleepovers, which often occur during puberty and into the teen years. Telling scary stories, playing games, and pulling pranks are all common at sleepovers, at least the ones I went to. And Bloody Mary is an option that can fit into all three categories for just the right age group. It's worth noting that the participant in the Bloody Mary ritual is always in control, or appears to be. They are the one who says the name, but they can also turn on the lights or run away. The ghost is summoned, it does not simply appear. Unlike other monstrous spectral encounters, or ghostly women like the Banshee or La Llorona, this notorious female specter...
Should I message my best mate and ask her how many times she reckons we played this game? Cause we went through a phase for like probably 3 or 4 months where we would do this every lunchtime at school. It might be weird. I haven't texted her in a while. Nah, I'll text her. I'll text her later. She lives in Queensland. She's a trader. She lives in Queensland. What a joke. She's like, when are you coming to visit me? I'm like, I am not crossing the Tweed River for anything, darling. Love you, but I will not do that.
Must be invited in, which partially diminishes her power, or at least her reach, and removes some of Bloody Mary's potential to cause...
Who does she root for? The only person she roots is her husband, Pseudomastix. She's been married since we were like 20. Why are you using American terminology? If you use the word root, I'm going to assume you're talking about intercourse, okay? Because this is Australia, okay? This is Australia. Like it or leave it, mate. All right. How dare you? She does not watch sport. She is not an enjoyer of sports. She's one of those sports is for bogans people, even though she's literally the biggest bogan you will ever meet in your life. She is like, like the metalhead, like the garden variety metalhead, like variety of bogan. She's from Penrith. She's got like a very ochre accent. She swears every second word. I love her so much though. She can hold her alcohol like no one else. She's hilarious. I remember we were in the car one time and her young daughter was like, I think we were on the Great Western Highway and anyway, someone cuts her off on the highway and she was like, called him a fucking clown. And then her little daughter starts going, where's the clown, mummy? Where's the clown, mummy? I want to go to the circus. Mummy, where's the clown? I didn't see it. And we were like, what? Anyway, it was very, very cute. It was very cute. I don't know what I was saying. I ramble too much. But yeah, if Kaylee... Oh, I said her name. If my best friend were to barrack for anybody in the state of origin, it would be the Blues because she is a very proud Western Sydney girl, such as myself. Okay, we don't stand for this. It must have been the wind. Yeah, well, her name's very common, and it's a very bogan name also. And so I'm so glad my parents gave me like nice classic names. It's like, I don't know. I think it's hard to get taken seriously when you have a weird name. But yeah, New South Wales, obviously.
Terror. So our ability to control the appearance of Bloody Mary takes a little bit of the danger out of it. Fear becomes fun. The idea existed that with some kind of ritual, pause.
Did you know that most of my friends actually call me Panda? It's like been a name of mine for like a good percentage of my life. So it's really easy for me to like not slip up, and it's very easy for me.
Ooh, cut that.
No, I'm gonna message her. Oh no, actually, we did message Semi recently. She sent us a photo. She sent me a photo of us when we were like 13, and it was really funny. Because she has a twin sister, and she was visiting her twin sister in Penrith. And she was like, oh my god, look at this. And I was like, holy shit. Because it was so funny. Because I look exactly the same, just like older. And I was like, oh, that's really weird. Really, really freaky. Where are you? Okay. Random question. She's gonna be like, are you fucking okay? Why are you messaging this to me on a Sunday? How many times do you reckon we played Bloody Mary? At lunch. Back. Sorry, it's taking me a while. My fingers are very sore today. Back in the day. Whoop. Question mark. Oh, I gotta put a love heart. Always a black love heart. That's my signature. Did we play Bull Rush or Spotlight when we were kids? Yeah, when we were kids. But like, I think probably from like kindy or prep to probably like year 1 or year 2. I think that's when like you typically stop. I don't think it was like a game that we played when we were older. So I think probably to like age 7 or age 8. Black love heart. There we go. Sore fingers? Yeah, because I had a panic attack this morning, and that like triggers my immune system, and then my immune system starts attacking my joints, and now my fingers are all stiff and sore. Nothing sus, Delta. God, get your mind out of the gutter. Am I okay? I mean, I will be okay. I did jump to like all the worst conclusions this morning, and gave myself a panic attack. That was very fun. Very fucking fun. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, should we look at the top haunted places in Queensland? I don't think we've done that. Brisbane's most haunted. Top 10 most haunted places in Queensland. Toowoomba, 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 Toowoomba. Toowoomba pasta! Yay! I love AI stuff, it's so stupid.
Queen.
Just a typical Queensland night. Licking cane toads and... I don't know. What do Queenslanders do? What do they actually do? I don't know.
Queensland hides more than just breathtaking landscapes. Beneath its surface lie some of Australia's most haunted places, from abandoned towns to eerie lighthouses.
And biggest crackheads. Congratulations, Queensland. Watch the block and maths while doing math. It's really funny because maths is the way that I used to pronounce maths when I was little because I had a very thick Western Sydney accent. And yeah, my parents used to yell at me a lot. There's a difference between TH and F. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, you should have earned more money and lived in a wealthier area. This is how I speak. So it's your fault. It's your fault. You're not the boss of me. Well, I guess technically they were. I guess technically they were the boss of me.
These locations hold restless spirits and chilling secrets. Ready to step into the shadows? Let's explore the top 10 most haunted spots in Queensland, if you dare. One, Bogo Road Gall. They say the dead don't rest easy behind these red brick walls. Bogo Road Gall, in the sweltering heart of Queensland, isn't just a prison. It's a tomb echoing with rage, sorrow, and whispers.
Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Sorry, I had to. He set it up. He set it up for me.
That slither through the cell blocks after dark. It was built in 1883, and since then, countless men have died here, some by hanging, others by their own trembling hands. Guards once spoke of seeing shadowy figures pacing empty corridors. In cell 17, a prisoner carved, "He watches me," into the wall, with his fingernails.
What? There's some cucking going on there. There is some cucking. There is some voyeurism going on in this jail. Kinky ghosts. Kinky ghosts are at it once again. Unsurprising, but also titillating. Let's continue.
The next morning, he was found with his neck twisted, eyes wide in terror, yet the door had never opened. Visitors today often report sudden chills, phantom footsteps, and an overwhelming pressure, as if something unseen is pressing against their chest, daring them to breathe. Locals warn, never speak aloud the name of the Whistler, a faceless spirit said to stalk anyone who mocks the prison's past. So, would you dare walk those halls when the lights go out? Bogo Road Jail, Queensland. The dead are waiting. 2. Toowong Cemetery. By day, Toowong Cemetery is peaceful. Rows of stone angels standing silent. But when the sun dips behind the trees, something else stirs beneath the soil.
What?
This cemetery holds over 100,000 souls.
Ooh.
And not all of them sleep. Locals speak of the Lady in Black, a veiled figure drifting between graves, vanishing when approached.
She's not wearing white, and we do like to see some originality. Also, black is way better, so we do like it. We do really like it. It does sound like a film clip for like a song by The Cure, but you know, we are cliche and we do like that. We do like to see that. So shout out to you, Lady in Black.
Some say she's searching for her murdered child. Others swear she knows when you're watching. In 1975, a group of
I own a dress from Dangerfield, but it's white, and also I didn't buy it. I saw this girl that I used to go to high school with on the train. Well, she went to my high school for a bit and she sat with me and my friends, but then her parents said that we were bad influences, so they took her out of school and sent her to the Catholic school. But anyway, I saw her like maybe 6 months after I finished high school. I saw her on the train and she was like, "Oh, hey, I live in this suburb that we were going through." And she was like, "Do you want to get off and come to my place where I live with my boyfriend?" And I was like, okay. And anyway, so I go to her place and she brings out a big garbage bag of clothes. And she was like, "Hey, these are my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's clothes." And she's like really, really tiny. because these were all like size 6 and like extra small and like size 0 dresses. And she was like, these aren't going to fit anyone else and I can't be bothered taking them to Viddies. Anyway, this chick was like really goth. And so all these clothes were like really, really nice. So I took like a really nice pair of like knee-high boots. I took like a bunch of stuff, a bunch of dresses. I just like took about like $2,000 worth of clothes home with me. So thank you. Thank you. And that's how I own a dress from Dangerfield. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, it was. No, it was a score. Because some of the stuff was so nice. Because this chick obviously like had taste and money. And yeah, it was nice. It was nice and I appreciate it because clothes are expensive. Are dresses from Dangerfield like $120? Do you mean 120 or 20? I don't know. You've got an exclamation mark there. Oh, also, shout out to Pseudomastics for putting the $ on the correct side of the numbers. Do you know how much it triggers me when people, it seems to be like people under the age of 20, they like, I think because they think that you say $20, that the dollars needs to go on the other side, like it's a percentage sign or something. Does it do anyone else's heading when they see people put the $ on the wrong side of the digits? Is it just me? Am I just irrationally bad at stuff? It does my heading. How is that allowed? How do they pass you one? What are they doing? You've never seen anyone do it? I see everybody do it. Hang on, let me put it in Twitch chat. So like say if they want to say something's $20, they'll go like this. They'll write $20 like this. Oh, I'm not logged into Twitch. Okay, cool. Yeah, like that Delta. Yeah, I don't know. It does my heading. It's like, how are you an adult out in the world? Anyway, thank you Pseudomastics for for not doing that, because it does my heading, and I don't know why people do it. I don't know where it came from. All of a sudden, everyone was doing it, and I was like, no.
Students dared each other to spend the night near the crypts. Only one made it back, eyes glazed, whispering, "Don't follow the crying." He never spoke again. Visitors report cold hands brushing their necks, the sound of chains dragging through the grass, and whispers that echo from empty tombs. One woman even claimed her camera captured a face, twisted, grinning, hovering just behind her shoulder. Toowong isn't just haunted, it's hungry. Queensland, Toowong Cemetery. If you hear your name called from the dark, don't answer.
Duly noted.
3. Wepstead Manor. Perched on a quiet hill in Wellington Point, Wepstead Manor looks like a dream. White walls, grand staircases, ocean breeze. But inside, it breathes with secrets. Built in the 19th century, it was once a private home, then a hospital, and the screams never really left. Staff have heard footsteps pacing empty rooms, doors slamming on their own, and soft sobbing coming from the attic. But when they open the door, nothing, just cold air and the overwhelming scent of decay. One guest swore she saw a woman in a blood-stained gown gliding past the mirror, her reflection smiling, even when she didn't. Some say the manor is cursed by the souls of patients who died in agony. Others whisper of a doctor who went mad within its walls and never truly left.
I want to live here. Can I live here? Obviously, I would paint it. But this is like, if I lived in this type of house, I would be the happiest person ever. Why does Queensland have such nice houses, but they're in Queensland? Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Live in Queensland? No, thank you. Disgusting. You know what? I've probably jinxed myself to live in Queensland. Whenever I say I'm never gonna do XYZ, I always end up doing it. Or whenever I'm like, I would never go to blah, 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 I end up going there. The Queenslander architecture design is very nice. Yeah, it seems to be really nice, and it's making me mad. It's making me mad. Queenslanders don't deserve to live in nice houses. Someone's just gonna clip me saying all this stuff, and I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Queensland, Wepstead Manor. If you feel someone watching you from the staircase, don't look back.
Uh-oh.
4. Mary Kathleen, Abandoned Township. Deep in the outback lies Mary Kathleen, a town swallowed by silence. Once a thriving uranium mining community, now it's nothing but crumbling walls, rusted
Oh, is it
metal,
radioactive?
and whispers that ride the desert wind. Locals say the town didn't die. It was buried. Abandoned in the 1980s.
You sell all the origin trophies to fund your big verandas. Yeah, well, you can afford the land to have big verandas too. Imagine having like enough money to have enough land to have a veranda in like New South Wales. That would be so expensive. You remember a video about a town in WA that's a ghost town now because they did something? I assume?
Mary Kathleen feels frozen in time. Cars still sit idle. Homes still stand half-furnished. But no one lives here. At least, no one living. Campers report hearing children laughing in the dead of night, though no footprints ever appear. Others have seen lights flickering in long-dead buildings, or a shadow.
I grew up around a lot of fibro houses, and when I was little, I used to like find like chunks of fibro in the gutter and like draw with it like it was chalk. And one day my dad came home from work early and he saw me in the driveway just sitting there with my friends, and we were like drawing hopscotches with like pieces of fibro, and he started yelling at us and we were like, what? And he's like, don't ever pick that up again. I'll go to Golo and buy you girls like some proper chalk. Don't do that, blah 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 blah. Also, my footy team, the Parramatta Eels, are sponsored by James Hardie, the people that gave everybody in Australia asbestosis and what's that thing called? The other thing that you get from asbestos. Mesothelioma? Mesothelioma? Is that what it's called? Probably not. Anyway. I tried to say that. Yeah, so Parramatta Eels, baby. Your grandfather died to asbestos from Hardie. Yeah. No, it was fucked up. It was fucked up. It was really fucked up. My dad was a CFMEU rep, and he used to work with Bernie Banham, the guy that was like the big like asbestos related disease advocate. Yeah, my dad did a lot of advocacy for people to get compensation payouts from asbestos related diseases. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. That does suck. But yeah, it's even the place I'm in now, like, is riddled with asbestos. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. And they knew about it. They knew about it a really long fucking time ago too. And I'm surprised that James Hardie is still in fucking business. But yeah, the factory, I don't know if it's still there, but the main James Hardie factory is just across the train tracks from Granville. I think it's in Rose. Hang on. I don't remember anymore. Rose Hill. Yeah, it's in Rose Hill. I was going to say Rose Hill, and then I was like, no. So Rose Hill is just like across the train tracks from Granville. Should be here. Yeah, Rose Hill. There's Granville. And there's Rose Hill. But yeah, a lot of people have died from asbestos related illnesses, and it's a pretty rough way to go. Just kind of choking on your own lungs. It's, yeah, incredibly fucked up. Oops, I accidentally skipped to the end of the video. There we go. We were somewhere around there.
Still stand half furnished, but no one lives here. At least, no one living. Campers report hearing children laughing in the dead of night, though no footprints ever appear. Others have seen lights flickering in long dead buildings, or a shadowy figure standing motionless beneath the water tower, watching, waiting. There's one rule out here: never stay past sunset, because when the stars rise, the town wakes up, and not everyone who hears their name whispered from the dark comes back sane. Mary Kathleen, Queensland. The dust may cover the streets, but something down there still remembers.
The Sultan of Malaysia has a villa in Perth. Probably. It's at the end of your running route. Ooh, you should pop in for a cup of tea.
5. Royal Hotel, Harrisville. At first glance, the Royal Hotel in Harrisville feels charming. Old timber, creaking floors, a classic country pub. But step inside, and the walls begin to whisper. Built in the late 1800s, this hotel has seen more than just weary travelers. Guests have reported mirrors fogging up with handprints when no one else was in the room. Lights flicker, cold spots appear, and sometimes you hear boots walking the hallway at 3:12 a.m., always 3:12, then a knock on your door. But when you open it, nothing. Locals say a former owner hanged himself upstairs. Some believe he never left. Others speak of a woman in white who appears near the fireplace, mouthing...
How novel. Does this one have a Brazilian waxing like the one in Melbourne? I don't think so. Well, maybe she does. Maybe we're gonna find out.
Words no one can hear until your dreams finish the sentence. Staff don't like talking about room 6. Too many guests leave early. Too many leave shaken. Royal Hotel, Harrisville, Queensland. If you check in, make sure you're the only one who does.
I'm obsessed with Chloe. I am obsessed with Chloe. I want to know how how in the early days of Melbourne she managed to keep, you know, she managed to keep the flaps so hairless. Delta, if you if you were a woman, you would be so impressed as well. You would be so impressed as well. Flaps? What tweezers? Yeah, but that would take so long. Because even like, you know, manicuring your eyebrows with tweezers is like so annoying. The artist probably just didn't draw it. No, I like to believe she was out here sitting there with a pair of tweezers plucking out every single freaking hair. Freaking contorting herself into a ball so she can like get right in there. She must have been flexible to get all of the hair. Honestly, I'm impressed. Shout out to you, Chloe. We are. We respect that.
6. Bribie Island. Second World War. Fortifications. Hidden among the dunes of Bribie Island.
Even I know that it's Bribie Island. Even I fucking know that. And I know jack fucking shit about Queensland because I refuse to learn about it. Because I am a petty fucking bitch. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just fuck the shit out of a Queenslander, get it out of my system. No, actually, that's what they want. That's what they want. I refuse to do it. You wonder if you could go to a barber and get it done, like you sit in a chair and read a book. Do you know how painful that would be? Pull out one of your pubes right now and see how much it hurts. I mean, most women have nerve damage in that area from waxing, but if you don't. Have I experienced riding a Shinkansen? Yeah, I have taken a Shinkansen before. I think I took it from Tokyo to Kyoto. Probably about 10 years ago. But yeah, I have taken one. And it was fast. It was fast and efficient. So congratulations to Japan for having good trains.
Lie the crumbling remains of World War II fortifications, concrete bunkers swallowed by sand and silence. But what's buried here never truly rests. Built to watch the sea for enemies, these structures have seen fear, death, and something darker. Visitors speak of hearing footsteps echoing through the tunnels, heavy and slow, like boots from another time. Some hear gunfire in the distance, though the war ended long ago. One explorer claimed he saw a soldier, face pale, uniform torn, standing perfectly still inside a gun pit. When he turned to call a friend, the figure vanished. But later, on his phone, he found a photo he never took of the soldier, standing right behind him. The air here feels thick, like it's holding its breath. Locals avoid the bunkers after dark. They say the dead soldiers still guard the shore, but they no longer know who the enemy is. Bribie Island fortifications, Queensland. Walk carefully. Some spirits still think the war isn't over.
I think a lot of Australians have been to Japan because for us, we consider it a very short flight. Because I think when I flew from Sydney to Tokyo, I think it was like just over 9 hours. And compared to flying to Europe or something like that, the ticket was very cheap. I think I got like return for like 750 Australian dollars or something like that. The accommodation was very expensive, I think, from memory. But yeah, compared to going to a lot of places, Japan was pretty cheap. I think a lot of Australians have been to Japan. Sorry, I'm answering questions from YouTube in case you guys are thinking that I've lost my mind. I'm actually talking to somebody. Oh, the chat's not up. My OBS fucked out this morning, so Japan is the new Bali. Well, yeah, the Australian dollar is to the yen what the US dollar used to be, so it's definitely. But people are going over there and acting like fuckwits. Did you see that Australian guy? I was so angry when I found out the dude was Australian, but he was going around to graves, like, and when people had left like offerings of alcohol and stuff, he was going around like picking up like cans of alcohol and stuff that people had left for like their ancestors and like sculling it and filming it. Like, it was so funny. Like, who fucking thinks that's a good idea? Yeah. And he was Australian, so I was like, oh, fuck. I mean, it's not up there with like Jake Paul or Logan Paul or whatever that guy's name is. I don't fucking know. As far as I'm concerned, they're both the same person, but there was that Shearing Shed Vlogs guy too. He was a massive fuckwit. He interviewed your sister. What did he interview your sister about? And the Japanese aren't kind about that sort of thing. Well, I don't know. Like, I try so hard to behave myself when I'm overseas. Unless like I'm in a party, like unless I'm in like a red light district or like a place where everybody's drunk and like having fun, then I'm just going to wait until I go back to my hotel or I'm at a friend's place or I'm at like a private place to like get stupid and drunk. He went around Perth asking questions, like public interview type stuff before he lost his mind. Why am I in the red light district? Because that's where all the fun places are. That's where like all the good bars are. Have you ever like been out drinking before, Delta? Do you know how it works? Yeah, like back in Sydney, back in the day, you would go to King's Cross. Doesn't mean that you're going to strip clubs. That's just where they happen to be. But that's also where everyone goes. That's also where the nightclubs are. typically. You're dumb? Never mind. You're not dumb. You're just naive, and that's okay. That's okay. It's very sweet that you haven't been corrupted by the world. I have been very corrupted by the world. But I enjoyed it, so it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, like if you're in a place where like public intoxication is also engaged in by the locals, I think that's fine. But my point is like don't go and get drunk somewhere where it's not the norm and everybody's not intoxicated, and that's not the place, you know, not the place to do it. If it's a place that's, you know, it's publicly accepted for you to be drunk there, then like, yeah, go get drunk there.
7. Pine Islet. Lighthouse. Standing alone against the crashing waves, Pine Islet Lighthouse looks timeless, majestic, isolated, and haunted by more than just memories. For years,
you are a lowly corpo right now, and some of the things these people do on a Friday and Saturday night after work. You went to a ghost strip club. Ooh, did you see anything? Or do they just tell you that the ghosts are naked and you have to take their word for it?
the lighthouse keeper lived there alone, cut off from the world, surrounded only by sea and silence. But one night, he stopped answering the radio. When rescue arrived, they found the light still burning, but no sign of the keeper. His journal ended mid-sentence. The last words, "He's knocking again." Since then, strange things linger. Boats report seeing a figure at the top of the tower, long after the lighthouse was decommissioned. At low tide, some say you can hear screaming carried by the wind, rising from the rocks below. One diver found a shattered lantern deep beneath the waves. When he brought it ashore, it began to glow. No batteries, no flame, just cold, pulsing light. Queensland, Pine Islet Lighthouse. If you hear knocking from the sea, don't answer. Not all ghosts drift quietly. Eight, Old Petrie Town. By daylight, Old Petrie Town feels like a charming slice of history. Weathered buildings, cobblestone paths, echoes of the past. But when the sun dips low, the town remembers. Locals speak of flickering lanterns in windows no one has lived in for decades. Doors creak open on their own. And at night, the chapel bell sometimes tolls, though it hasn't worked in years. One shop owner swears she heard footsteps behind her after closing. When she turned, the mirror reflected not her.
If I like mystery type videos, can you recommend one? As long as it doesn't have jump scares, because I am a wimp and I will die. I'll actually die. Yeah, give us the title. No jump scares. Okay, good. I'm trusting you. I am trusting you. The bizarre disappearance of a Canadian CEO. Okay.
But a young girl in old-fashioned clothes, weeping silently. The next morning, tiny handprints covered the glass. The old morgue, tucked behind the blacksmiths, is said to be the most cursed. Cold spots, whispers, and sometimes shadows that move against the light. Paranormal teams have tried to investigate, but their equipment dies the moment they press record. Old Petrie Town, North Brisbane, Queensland. If you visit, stay close to the living, because here, the dead walk in plain sight. Nine, St. Helena Island National Park. Just off the Brisbane coast lies St. Helena Island, a windswept relic of Australia's dark penal past.
Maybe this is where we can put all the sovereign citizens and just put a big wall around it and put like some cassowaries on the island, and like they can all... Penal is a funny word. Yeah, it is. I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
But it's not just history that lingers here. It's something colder. Once a brutal prison, St. Helena was known for punishment, isolation, and death. Prisoners were flogged, starved, and buried in unmarked graves.
Wait. Your mum's neighbor is a sovereign citizen. And they have a multi-million-dollar house. You have no idea how stupid people get so rich. Because a lot of people think that like there's a correlation between hard work and wealth, and sometimes there is. But a lot of the time, incredibly wealthy people are also incredibly lucky, because there are a lot of people that work incredibly hard and they, you know, just never have opportunities open themselves up. It's He's a lawyer, but he's an idiot. Yeah, that does actually. I do know some people with law degrees that aren't smart. He lost his license to practice. He's like a tax lawyer. Oh, tax lawyers are usually pretty wealthy.
And now, after sunset, the island hums with something unnatural. Visitors report hearing chains dragging across stone floors. Others swear they've seen a man in tattered stripes staring from behind rusted bars, his eyes hollow, his mouth silently screaming. In the old bakery, the scent of burning bread sometimes fills the air, even though the ovens haven't worked in over a century. Some claim they hear chanting, low guttural voices carried by the sea breeze, always growing louder near the cemetery. Tour guides never stay past dusk. They say the island changes when the light fades. St. Helena Island, Queensland. Step carefully. Some prisoners never escaped. 10. Jimbor House. Jimbor House stands proudly on the vast Queensland plains, a grand homestead with elegance shadowed by darkness. But
oh, it's got a swimming pool. Is that swimming pool haunted?
And footsteps echo where no one walks. Built in the 1870s, this mansion has seen joy, but also tragedy.
Oh, it looks like it's got amazing shit.
Photographs that freeze the breath, and portraits whose eyes seem to follow your every move. At night...
Dude, that's cliche as fuck. What a fucking cliche haunted house.
A piano plays itself, soft, eerie notes drifting through empty rooms. One visitor awoke to a chilling touch on her shoulder. She turned. No one was there. Yet a faint lullaby hummed in the air, sung by a voice that had long been silent. Some say the restless spirit of a young girl lost to the house wanders still, forever trapped between life and death. And when the wind howls across the plains, it carries her sorrow like a mournful song. Jimbor House, Queensland. Beauty hides a secret, one that waits for you in the dark. These haunted places remind us that some stories never die. They linger in whispers, shadows.
Hang on, we have an answer. We have an answer on how many times we played the Bloody Mary game. I think she's kind of like miffed by the question out of nowhere. She said, haha, I don't know, maybe 20. Maybe 20. I don't trust her memory. She drinks too much. I think it was more than that. I just gotta text her back. Otherwise she'll be like, what the heck? Okay. Fulfilling my role as a person.
And cold breaths on the back of your neck. Which one would you dare to visit? And which would you run from? Tell us your favorite in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe for more spine-chilling adventures.
My favorite was the part where a Queenslander got punched in the mouth. That happened in my brain. That happened in my imagination. Canadian CEO time. Sure is. I have to go back up and find it. Queensland. Now I can't fucking find it. Gotta scroll up. Up. Can you put the title of the fucking video again? You have to go to Brisbane a few times a quarter for work, and it's not that bad. Really, my best friend got transferred from like the Sydney office to the Brizzy office of the place where she works, and she was like, she couldn't believe how racist people in Queensland were. She was literally mortified. She calls me and she's like, first of all, they were talking mad shit about Western Sydney. They were like saying all this like incredibly classist stuff about Western Sydney, because she hadn't really experienced classism before, because she only really stayed and worked in Western Sydney. So she didn't really, because I moved to like the rich part of Sydney when I was at uni, and I went to like the University of Sydney, which is like where all the private school rich kids go. And she didn't. She just stayed in Western Sydney. So she was like, first of all, they were talking all this mad shit about Western Sydney, and like just making fun of it and making fun of the people that live there and this, that, and the other, all these classist slurs. Then she's like, they were telling her not to go here, there, all these places. They're like, don't walk through this park, even though it's a shortcut, because it's full of Aboriginals. And she goes, excuse me? And they just kind of looked at each other, and she's like, yeah, they just feel so comfortable just saying stuff that people in Sydney would never, ever say. She's like, and then there's just like homeless people, like literally everywhere. Like the parks in Brisbane apparently just full of tents. I mean, there is a little bit of that in Sydney and Melbourne, but apparently she said it's like heaps. Like way worse in Brizzy. And she said, yeah, like her work colleagues just say like mad racist stuff all the time. And she's like, because people in Western Sydney have like this reputation of like, you know, being crass and yada, yada, yada. And we are crass, but we're not racist. Like, it's the most multicultural place there probably is in the universe. And yeah. It's you found that people weren't any more racist than anywhere else. Well, that's just what my friend told me. I'm gonna trust her judgment. I'm gonna trust her judgment. I'm trying to find the Canadian CEO comment. Can't find it. Yeah, maybe send the link to Hyperbovian or something like that if you can. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, it's not letting you link it. It's censoring you because it doesn't trust you. Oh, got it.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. Perhaps Once again, that's audible.com/sociable or text sociable to 500 500. And thanks once again to Audible for making this video possible. In the world of cryptocurrencies, if there's something I've learned, it's that no company, no matter how legitimate they may seem, is above turning into a completely full-blown Ponzi scheme or scam. Due to the gray area of the industry and varied methods of skirting regulation, it's honestly no wonder you have a new form of criminal activity from that space popping up daily. But that being said, the mystery we are going to be exploring today is by far one of the least talked about, yet one of the most insane stories from the industry. And I must say, you know you're in for a treat when you have even the crypto promoters, who rarely say anything negative, say something like this.
When most of my no-coiner friends ask me what is one of the most egregious frauds I know about, I usually say fractional reserve banking. However, I often sense that this is not the answer that they're looking for. But Guy, you deal with crypto all the time. Tell me about some crypto crime. With a slight frustration, I tell them to Google Quadriga CX.
With that being said, today let's dive into the mysterious death of Gerald Cotton and the bizarre circumstances surrounding Canada's largest cryptocurrency exchange, Quadriga Fintech Solutions.
Canada's largest cryptocurrency exchange is in hot water, and thousands of clients have millions of dollars in frozen assets with little information.
One of Canada's best-known cryptocurrency exchanges says it does not have access to $190 million worth of customer funds and is seeking creditor protection. Parent company of the BC-based Quadriga CX says it lost access to the cryptocurrency after the death of its 30-year-old CEO, Gerald Cotton, in December.
For everyone involved, as it relates to Gerald Cotton and Quadriga, the guy is still alive.
$400,000 from this Quadriga CX scam. So this is a total like $550,000 gone, right?
Today we announced charges in what may be the largest international...
How does a guy that young have that much money? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Someone give me money. I'm poor.
money laundering case ever brought by the United States.
The beginning of this story begins with a Canadian man by the name of Gerald Cotton, a seemingly friendly-looking and clean-cut Canadian business student who was studying.
You did a heart check thing? I think my heart's okay. I had to take a lot of heart medicine this morning because I thought someone hacked all my accounts and I thought they were going to take all my money and I thought my life was going to be over. And then a bunch of other stuff happened and I accidentally maimed myself and yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff. And I cried and it was very emotional. But yeah, my heart's probably okay, I would say.
Business administration at the Schulich School of Business in Toronto. Cotton was regarded as charismatic, soft-spoken, and suspiciously wealthy. He was notorious for carrying large sums of cash with him wherever he went and paying for things flat out, never financed. According to an Outline.com article, the guy had more money than he knew what to do with, said Eric Schlutz, who got to know Mr. Cotton at a small flying club in Nova Scotia. I've seen Gary walk through an airport with $50K in cash. That's the scale of the money the guy had. He was a very reasonable person, but if he was going to spend the money, he was going to buy something nice. And while the majority of his lavish spending habits would occur sometime after he graduated college,
I do have 2-factor authentication on all of my stuff. It's okay. I changed all my passwords and stuff this morning anyway. It was an old like Apple ID thingy that got like hacked and I don't know, it was a whole thing. And don't ever like try and get any tech support from Apple. They're absolute losers. My best mate just texted me and she was like, I just woke up from a nap and saw a message asking me how many times we played Bloody Mary when we were 12. And I was like, yeah, what the fuck is happening? I do think she would think it was really random. That's why I didn't want to send it to her. Sorry, I have to text her back.
It's worth noting that his jet-set lifestyle was seemingly only built in a matter of a few years. And the assets included in his fortune were included, but not limited to, 16 properties in Nova Scotia, a Cessna 400 plane, a $600,000 yacht.
I have to have friends. Yeah, I love my friends, but I just don't have the energy to have friends. Hey, I really don't have the energy to have friends. It's really hard because I love my friends, but at the same time, I'm like, ugh. You're my friends? Yeah, you're my friends. You're my internet friends.
And of course, a brand new Lexus. And while you'd expect some grandiose come-up story for someone who was doing so well for themselves, getting back to our timeline, after Cotton's graduation in 2010, not much is known for certain, and there's a mysterious 3-year gap right after he graduates until his work history begins in 2013. During this undocumented and mysterious time, however, what we can say for certain, he learned about Bitcoin, he moved to Vancouver from Toronto, and the last thing is that he met his new business partner, Michael Patron. In November of 2013, Cotton appeared fresh in the workforce. Not in an entry-level job, but co-founding and front-running a cryptocurrency exchange business by the name of Quadriga as the CEO, and Michael Patron as the co-founder. Now, what I want you to keep in mind is that starting a money exchange business requires a good amount of capital, and Michael Patron's work history didn't really suggest a lot of prior traditional success. We'll talk more about Patron in a bit, but just know for now, he did not fund the entire thing. Nonetheless, Quadriga CX started its operations in Vancouver, Canada at an opportune time. Bitcoin had just become a household name due to the popularity and closure of the Silk Road, and this new form of online narcotics trade had made it a scramble to see which dark web market would rise to prominence next. However, this wasn't the only reason that Quadriga was successful. The other major factor.
Let's get into snuff films on the ground floor, guys. I've got a feeling they're going to be big. That's a joke, by the way. That is a joke. For the people on the spectrum that think that was serious. It's not serious. That's a joke. That is a joke.
Here was that the largest Bitcoin exchange prior was Mt. Gox, and during this time, they had lost about 850,000 Bitcoins belonging to their customers.
Ooh.
No, you can give people their Bitcoins back if you wanted to. If you wanted to, you can give me mine back right now. You can do that. You can.
The timing here could not be more perfect, as this happened.
It's okay. He's going to die from diabetes. This guy's going to die from diabetes really soon. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Given his beverage of choice, which I assume is like something that is posing as coffee but has like 1900 calories in it. Fat fuck Francis over here. I've got a feeling he's going to drop dead soon from insulin-related activity.
Happened in February of 2014, and Quadriga had launched their online platform just a month prior. And after the success of their online platform, they quickly...
I can't even read that. I can't even read that number, JM. I can't. I can read it up to like... I can read it up until like eight figures. 26 billion. There you go. 26 bill. Delta, you put that $sign on the correct side or I'm jumping through the screen and I'm gonna not hurt you. But I want to. I want to hurt you. Just know I want to hurt you. Just know the urge is taking me over.
He rose to capturing a total of 80% of the market share in Canada over all of the other cryptocurrency exchanges. And while on the surface the company looked to be a smooth operation, if you were to look deeper into the details regarding the company and the people surrounding it, you could see hints of something far more sinister. While on the surface, Quadriga could be seen as a successful business shaping up into its maturity, if you knew the reality of what was going on behind the scenes, It wasn't so much a business as it was Cotton just manning the entire show from his MacBook. Cotton was the sole custodian of all of the cryptocurrency funds on the exchange, and the company itself had no proper accounting software or any proper way of tracking funds or its success. And basically anytime you tried to pry for details within this company, it would only get more and more suspicious. For instance, one of the main ways for users to withdraw money out of the exchange was to meet at a nondescript location where they could pick up cash. Furthermore, Quadriga didn't have any actual business bank accounts due to the fact that no regulated bank would be able to have a client that deals in cryptocurrency due to the posed risk for money laundering, among other regulatory issues. And instead, Quadriga had to use other methods for shifting money around, including a platform credit system, that whenever money was deposited into the exchange, you wouldn't actually hold $1 on their platform, but rather you would be credited 1 Quadriga buck, to which this could be used to trade.
Full context to how insane that is. Your auntie's baby's clothes business uses accounting software. Yeah. Yeah, no, it does seem very cavalier. Like I'm not a finance person, obviously, but the people that I work with have no money. I'm a social worker, so the people that I work with have no money. So when I am helping people with budgeting, it's usually budgeting their welfare payments and you know, that type of thing. So Jim's Mowing has more than this. Well, Jim's Mowing has a lot of complicated things to balance, okay?
Equally on the exchange. And the reason for this is that if you were to deposit money into the exchange and then buy straight into Bitcoin, that would be a money transmitting business. And by using this Quadriga buck token that was on the platform, they would technically be selling you a token and not transmitting money. Moreover, when money was wired into Quadriga, it wasn't into Quadriga's bank accounts, but rather the money would be wired into various shell companies where the banks were unaware of what the transactions were actually intended for, aka money laundering. Here's a list of all of the payment processors they used, and 2 of these were owned by employees of Quadriga, and this shell company was owned by Gerald Cotton's wife. Now, as you can imagine, it's a lot easier to get a bank account for a cryptocurrency exchange if the bank doesn't know what you're actually doing with it. But we're really only scratching the surface with the amount of sketchy money that was involved in this company. The most notorious payment processor on that list was one by the name of Crypto Capital Corp. Crypto Capital Corp was another payment processor that basically had ties to the entire crypto industry. Crypto Capital Corp acted as an unregulated shadow bank to help move laundered funds into a variety of accounts, as well as providing wires for cryptocurrency exchanges. Various people involved in these schemes would set up companies registered in Panama, where all that it was needed to start a company there was a Panamanian citizen to...
Uh-oh, who remembers the Panama Papers? For all the people that are like that freaking Emma Watson, her simps, for all the people that are her simps, she's always going on about what a good person she is, but she doesn't even pay taxes that fund all the welfare programs in the UK because she doesn't pay tax because she has an offshore freaking Panamanian account. And she's got like some type of freaking shell company called A Falling Leaf Productions. And so did Malcolm Turnbull. He also had his little offshore Panamanian. Is that what you call it? Is that what something from Panama is called? I don't know. That's what I'm going with. So never forget. I don't understand why that chick has so many. So you forgot Malcolm Turnbull was rich. Yeah, he's got Goldman Sachs money. Before he went into politics, his estimated wealth from being like an investment banker at Goldman Sachs was like 200 million Australian dollars. But if you factor in the fact that he owns harbourfront property in Vaucluse and like properties in Paddington and stuff like that in the eastern suburbs of Sydney and how much those have appreciated, oof. Yeah, he'd probably be worth a lot more than that now. Plus, like his parliamentarian pension, all of that. Yeah, so much money. So much money. It's incredible how much damage it did when those papers came out. Well, I think that's one of the many reasons why Julian Assange was so heavily persecuted, right? I mean, obviously he exposed war crimes, but he also exposed a lot of rich. WikiLeaks exposed a lot of rich, powerful people when they published the Panama Papers as well. You're joking? Delta, I don't know what you're trying to do to me today. You're getting on my tits, Delta. You are getting on my tits. It's okay, Delta. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble.
Sign off as a registered officer, to which the real ownership could be obscured due to the strict privacy laws there. And Crypto Capital basically set up an entire network of these types of shell companies. It's worth noting that the registered officer, or the Panamanian citizen that was on the variety of these shell companies associated with Crypto Capital, was a man by the name of Ivan Manuel Molina Lee. And it's also worth noting he was later arrested in 2019 in Poland for laundering about $390 million from Colombian drug cartels using the cryptocurrency exchange Bitfinex. And while we'll get back to Crypto Capital in a moment, let's get back to Quadriga. In 2015, the company was seeking to go public on the Canadian Stock Exchange. And Michael Patron's role in this entire ordeal was basically to help bridge those connections to get the company to go public, to which his share in Quadriga would help him make a return on his initial investment. But that was assuming that Quadriga was actually able to be successful as a company, because at the end of 2014, things were not looking good for Quadriga. And the company had actually suffered a $90,000 net loss with only $22,000 in revenue. Now, considering how poorly records were kept, it's hard to say how factual this actually was. But as it appeared to Michael Patron and other investors in the company, Quadriga was running out of money, and as a result, in February of 2015, Michael Patron would raise capital for the company by seeking out additional investors and putting an additional $150,000 into Quadriga himself and $700,000 from other investors. With another round of funding around March of 2015, Quadriga announced that it would go public through a reverse takeover of another company by the name of Whiteside Capital. However, throughout this year, Quadriga would continue to burn through all of that investor capital, leading to a breaking point in December of 2015, where overnight Gerald Cotton would fire basically everybody from the company, including their regulatory attorney. Because on one of those December nights, Gerald Cotton would sit at his laptop and decide to take the company down a lawless path.
Oh, I like the Hacker Man music. Let's hack the internet.
Cotton would log into Quadriga and create an account by the name of Chris Marquet. And what I want you to keep in mind is that since he owned the back end of the website, he could credit this account with 1 million fake dollars, to which he would then go on to buy 1,700 Bitcoin with that fake money. By February of 2016, Michael Patron had decided that he wanted to cut ties with Quadriga and Cotton altogether. This was after Cotton had told him that he did not want the company to go public anymore. And a month later, the British Columbia Securities Commission had banned Quadriga from going public altogether after they had failed to submit a proper financial audit. By March of 2016, Quadriga is now a one-man show, and Gerald Cotton would continue to operate with zero oversight. And during the same time, Cotton would go on to fire his money printer up again, buying 370,000 Ethereum. And furthermore, the Bitcoin that he had bought with his fake dollars, he had then transferred onto another exchange and sold it for real money. Fast forward to 2017, and the crypto boom is in full swing. More and more customers are flocking.
Did that trigger you, Hyperbovian? That's Hyperbovian's favorite soundbite. Whenever we're messaging each other, like on Discord or something, he's always like, what's up, BitConnect? Yeah, I thought it was going to trigger you. You love that GIF so much. So it's like your favorite thing in the world. I completely forgot about it until you resurrected it. Congratulations.
And wiring money into unregulated exchanges. This means that the companies like Crypto Capital Corp and their various network of bank accounts all around the world that are being used to wire funds to customers are going to start picking up more volume. This would make it only a matter of time before governments would notice and would start freezing accounts that were tied to money laundering. And around June of 2017, Cotton had decided that he wanted a bit more money. He fired up his money printer again and decided to credit his account 100 million fake Quadriga dollars, and he would continue buying up all of the cryptocurrency on his exchange.
Fucking hell.
As June of 2016 would continue on, Cotton was using these funds to trade against his own customers. According to the Ontario Securities Commission, 95% of the trading activity that took place on Quadriga was done through Chris Marquet, meaning that when you logged onto Quadriga, you were quite literally trading against someone with an unlimited credit line, and the people responsible for covering those losses were other customers on Quadriga. This essentially turns the exchange into an insolvent ticking time bomb that will explode the moment new investors stop coming in and people begin to cash out, aka a Ponzi scheme. Fast forward to December of 2017, Bitcoin has reached an all-time high of $20,000 per coin. This is all while Quadriga has continued to struggle to keep up with demands. Users on Reddit begin experiencing delays with their withdrawals. Money is getting congested, and the third-party payment processors that are fraudulently wiring money to these customers are starting to draw more attention. Throughout this time, another shell company processor by the name of Custodian just had $67 million pass through its small business banking account. Cotton had worked with a man by the name of Jose Reyes to set up these extra accounts to process more money. And around December of 2017, Reyes got a bit tempted and decided to transfer $2.3 million to his own personal checking account. This signals the Canadian bank, who just saw a massive deposit, to look into where it was coming from. On January 8th, 2018, the Canadian bank freezes that account. Canadian officials begin questioning Reyes as to who is the proper owner of the remaining $23 million. Now the start of 2018. The Bitcoin price has just started to go down. More sellers mean more people cashing out. January 2018. Gerald Cotton prints another $50 million and credits his Chris Marquet account. January 17th, 2018. The infamous BitConnect Ponzi scheme has just popped. Users are scrambling in a race to the bottom to get their money out of the BitConnect token. Cotton is now scrambling to fulfill redemption requests, bringing on employees to help with the congestion. If you recall those shell companies from earlier, this is when Cotton seems to become desperate, recruiting a former customer service rep for his company to open a bank account and run money through. March 2018, Canadian officials send an email to Cotton questioning the usage of the funds found in Reyes' account. Cotton never responds to the email. Meanwhile, in America, in April of 2018, a trafficking sting has just taken place on a website formerly known as Backpage. 7 individuals are charged in relation to the sting. As a result, the Backpage CEO ends up getting charged as well. Backpage's CEO pleads guilty to money laundering and conspiracy to facilitate prostitution. Backpage's CEO agrees to cooperate with the investigation, and as it turns out, Backpage was using Crypto Capital Corp as a payment processor too. As a result, the US's investigation stumbles upon a network of accounts tied to Crypto Capital via the Backpage seizures. The domino effect is in full swing, and across the world...
He's in prison with Diddy. Yeah, Diddy got acquitted of most of his charges though, so he'll be out. With time served, he won't be in jail for very long, unfortunately. The more serious charges he was acquitted of. So, sucks, but...
Polish authorities have just arrested Ivan Manuel Molina Lee and seized $390 million that was being laundered for the Colombian cartel. Crypto Capital's cover has been completely blown, and the US authorities have just seized a total of $850 million across the network of bank accounts, including all the money that Quadriga had sitting in that shadow bank. Bitcoin's price is down 65%, and with Crypto Capital unable to process payments for Quadriga, Gerald Cotton can no longer keep up with deposits. It's only a matter of time before people realize he's been siphoning money off the platform. Gerald Cotton's time is running out. By mid-2018, Quadriga is acting as a direct revolving door. New customer deposits are being used to directly fund withdrawals, and there's no new money to keep the scheme going. Users on Reddit are demanding they receive their withdrawals and are being given excuses like Canada's banks are the ones responsible for the delays. Overall, Cotton has effectively stripped the platform for hundreds of millions by using unlimited amounts of fake dollars to trade against his customers. And not only that, he's also spoofed his customers' balances and sold them fake cryptocurrency as well. To visualize,
I'm the president of Cuba. You can trust me. Smithers, I think we can trust the president of Cuba. Can I have back my my $1 million bill? What $1 billion bill? Is that how you do it? Is that how you do it, guys? Am I doing it right? Let me know. You'd trust Castro? You would. And you would trust his son, Justin Trudeau, as well, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Delta?
Realized just how bad the situation had become, this graph was prepared by the Ontario's Securities Commission. And after a thorough forensic investigation, it's believed that around January of 2018, around $180 million was actually left on the exchange, and the outstanding liabilities were around $900 million. By 2018,
Ooh.
Cotton knows he can't keep this up much longer, and he needs to buy time to escape his responsibility. And in March of 2018, he ended up depositing $24 million back that he had stolen. From August to December, Cotton transfers an additional $10 million that he had taken for himself, just to make it seem like a good faith effort was going into getting money back. And on October 8th, 2018, Cotton would get married to his longtime girlfriend. And just a month later, Cotton would sign a will, leaving all of his belongings and all of his shares to Quadriga, to his wife. 3 days after signing his will, Cotton takes him and his wife to India, to which the purpose of this trip was apparently twofold. The first 8 days were to celebrate their honeymoon, and the final 4 days are supposedly to help set up and finalize an orphanage they'd sponsored. And on December 8th, 2018 at 5:15 p.m., Cotton and his wife would land in Hapur, India. And just after checking into a 4-night stay at their hotel by
India honeymoon? Where would you go on your honeymoon? I would go... I don't know. I don't know, actually. Probably just my bedroom, to be honest. You just need the wife now? Wollongong? You would go to Wollongong? I mean, sure, why not? I don't know. I think I would rather spend the money towards like a house deposit or something like that. I don't know. Cheeky Mac has run after the wedding. Yeah, that's the type of girl I am, to be honest. I don't like wasting money. Maybe Bankstown. Hey, Bankstown has like some of the best Lebanese food, okay? Bankstown has some really, really good Leb food. 10 out of 10 recommend. You can go to Bankstown Centro. The food court there is pretty good. The Kmart's pretty good. I've been to that Kmart too many times, to be honest. You're going to a wedding in Sydney on the 20th, actually? Yeah, I went to a wedding in Sydney last year. It was at the Rocks. It was at like the most expensive place ever, where they have like Louis Vuitton launch parties and stuff. And I felt so out of place. It's like, what am I doing here? All this food talk is making you hungry as hell. Yeah, I gotta eat soon. I might just do one of those things that streamers do and just BRB for 5 minutes while I shove some food down my gullet.
the name of Oberoi Rajvilas, Cotton would supposedly get sick and then taken to Fort Escort's private hospital. And a day later, he apparently dies from complications related to Crohn's disease, with the official cause of death being cardiac arrest. And I want to add that dying from Crohn's disease itself is very unlikely. However, there are certain complications that can occur. And despite the uncommon circumstances for his death, that's not what makes me doubt the story. Because apparently, it's fairly easy to get fully registered and
I have black bean beef pseudomastics. I made black bean beef yesterday, and I like flash fried it, and it was done in cornstarch and marinated it, so it had the same texture as it does where you get it from the Chinese takeaway. But it cost a fraction of the price because I am a genius. It actually was pretty close. I would say it was like 95% of the way to like being exactly the same as the Chinese takeaway. I just maybe have to balance the sauce just a little bit differently, but pretty excited. I've got some in the fridge, so I'm gonna heat it up and probably shove it down my throat and then come back and finish streaming. I could eat it pretty fast, I reckon.
signed fake death certificates in India. In a report done by the Science Channel in 2013, they videoed themselves going under.
Did I put baking soda on it first? Yeah. I did. Am I a witch? I mean, I'm wearing a witch's hat. and a spiderweb dress. What do you think that would normally indicate? Classic faked his death. Shut himself to death. Shut himself to death. Yeah, Crohn's is just when your immune system attacks your guts, right? So, I don't know. Do you slurp while eating noodles? If I'm by myself, I love to slurp. If I'm around people, I try to pretend I'm a human being. Why are you sorry? You don't have to be sorry, person on Kick. Vindaloo has nearly killed you a few times. Yeah, but it tastes so good. It tastes so good going in. It's just not great coming out, you know. You never regret spicy food when you're eating it, only the next morning.
Recover to buy a death certificate that was fully signed by the local registry and fully authenticated. And the events that occur after Cotton's death are even more suspicious. On December 10th, the doctor of the Mahatma Gandhi Medical College refused to process an
Someone on Kick keeps on calling me a witch. Do you have like some type of fetish where you want to burn me at the stake? Like what do you want? What's your end goal here? What is your end goal here? Cause like if that's what you're into, if you want to pay me money, like I'll sort something out for you. Cause if that's what you're into, and you want to pay me a considerable amount of money, I'll let you like, I'll let you do that.
Embalming certificate for Cotton, basically because a hotel representative showed up and claimed that they had a dead body back at their hotel. And she also stated that any time bodies were sent to her from Fortis Hospital, they were sent in an ambulance. And instead, Cotton's body was allegedly taken to the SMS Medical College, to which they are the ones who processed the embalming certificate and asked fewer questions. According to the Globe and Mail, the person in charge of the anatomy department there didn't even see the body, and the embalming certificate was processed by a junior staffer. And finally, a death certificate received by the Globe and Mail lists his death place as the Oberoi Raj.
Hyperbovian, I don't know what's going on with this person over on Kick, but I don't know. I'll let you suss out what's going on. I'm not entirely sure. If you wanna give it a squiz and use your discernment to work that shit out, because I don't fucking know what's going on.
Vilas. While a later death certificate that was obtained by Coindesk lists the place of death as Fortis Hospital. And if that wasn't enough, the name on the death certificate was even misspelled, naming him as Gerald Cottan. And I want you to keep in mind that taking a body back in a plane requires extra paperwork. For one, you need the death certificate, but we know that Gerald Cotton's wife had left on December 10th, as she checked out at the Oberoi at 3:04 p.m. And she also wrote an email to the orphanage stating that the couple could not attend because Gerald Cotton had died and she had to bring the body home. Is there anything I should be aware of when opening this bag? Anything sharp? Anything that will pop out at me? Just so I know.
Oh, just my dead husband, eh?
Your dead husband? Yes. Do you have any...
He died from shitting himself. He died. He shut out his guts. He shut out his heart. He shut out his brain. He shut out everything.
Paperwork to go along with this? Oh no. And on December 14th, back in Canada, a closed casket service was held, and he was subsequently put into the ground. And perhaps the most selfish part of this whole story is the fact that the orphanage didn't even have enough money to actually finish setting up. As Cotton's donation didn't build an orphanage, it only provided enough for the materials, and that operator was forced to take on debt equivalent to 7 years of his income. And moreover,
Jesus.
Cotton's widow didn't announce his death until over a month later. When she would finally update everyone, she would write, "Jerry cared deeply about honesty and transparency, values he lived by both his professional and personal life. He was hardworking and passionate, with an unwavering commitment to his customers, employees, and family." And that it was around this time that people stopped being able to pull their cryptocurrency out of the exchange, to which the company would list a notice that they are now pausing operations. And up until this time, people were still allowed to deposit into Quadriga, meaning that people depositing towards the end of Quadriga's existence didn't realize that they were depositing their money in to cover spoofed assets that were sold before. And on January 29th, she would take Cotton's name off the ownership of 4 properties and would take out collateral mortgages on all of them and place them in a separate trust.
Is this woman currently in jail? Because if she's not and she's single, maybe she's a lesbian. Maybe I should go over there. I am willing to do that. Look, I'm just saying, if I was a single male, this lady's got some coin, assuming the government didn't confiscate it all. They tried to get Jerry exhumed to verify that he was really in there. I've got a feeling he's not in there. I have got a feeling he is not in there. You think everyone is gay for $300? I would need more than $300 and a lot of alcohol. Although, when I was a teenager, all I needed was like a pinger and 3 beers to be gay. But but you know, that was the times we were living in, and there you go. There you go.
To which she was the sole owner, and this would protect those assets from creditors. This was all while none of the customers knew that Quadriga was insolvent, and on the 31st, the website would finally announce it's bankrupt, with their inability to pay out customers being that this was some completely unforeseeable event, and that Gerald Cotton only had enough foresight to leave $100,000 for his chihuahuas, but none for his very legitimate business.
So tell me your reaction when you found out that the CEO had died and taken the passwords with him.
I'm not sure if it's the true story. You never know.
Right, because there's some people suggesting that maybe he's not dead. Is that what you mean?
Yes, there are some theories. Of course, they're just theories. We don't know for sure. I think it sucks that a lot of people lost a lot of money. You know, obviously I'm not as affected as others who have lost much more, but it's still, it sucks that I thought I could trust it because it was a Canadian service based in Vancouver, and I guess that didn't work out.
The media latched onto this story just being as simple as they had a bunch of money and they just didn't have the password for it, but that just wasn't the case. We do know for a fact from the investigation that the cold wallets that were used to store cryptocurrency were emptied as far back as April of 2018, right around the time that Crypto Capital had their accounts seized. And it's worth noting that the exchange Kraken...
Why do they all look exactly how you think they would look? Why? This is why, like, these types of dudes make women's buttholes clench. Like, unless you're actually a gold digger, oof. Oof, oof, oof. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing the opposite of whatever the opposite of ovulating is. That's what my body is doing right now. It's like, it's shutting down production. It's like, ew.
Has posted a $100,000 reward towards any information that helps them find out what happened to those funds. According to the claims filed on behalf of Quadriga, 25.6 thousand Bitcoin, 11,000 Bitcoin Cash, 11,000 BSV, 35,000
Oh, pseudomastics. I was telling my friends about the cloister thing with like the clitoris, and they all thought that was the greatest thing ever. They all thought that was like the greatest explanation ever to explain to a nerdy guy where the clitoris is located. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. You're helping women solve all their problems. We do appreciate it. Clap, clap to pseudomastics, everybody.
Bitcoin Gold, and 430,000 Ether are missing in relation to Quadriga's cold wallets. And at the time of me making this video, the total sum of all that currency I just listed is around $1.85 billion still missing. And while you might expect this video to end here with a couple speculations from me, if you recall at the beginning of this video, I mentioned a suspicious 3-year gap in Cotton's work history.
Hey, that Pokemon kid probably bought Bitcoin early on, and he also probably has a very satisfied missus because he knows where the clitoris is. So So yeah, he's probably out there leading a very good life. What's up, Pokemans?
So what was Cotton doing prior to Quadriga?
You gotta catch them all. It's the opposite of STDs.
And how did he have all that money to fund the entire thing in the first place?
And what do you believe is the factor that brought you guys from where you started to how big you guys got?
So one of the differences between Quadriga CX and a lot of our competitors is that I come from a background where I've dealt with digital currencies in the past, so I know the challenges that Bitcoin exchanges and any sort of digital currency faces.
I think a lot of people don't understand that Bitcoin and digital currencies aren't necessarily a new concept, and often the same schemes are repeated throughout history. Some people might question, how did Cotton...
This guy speaks exactly like you, but you just have an Australian accent? Ooh, that's fascinating. I'm trying to imagine it. I can't imagine this guy having an Australian accent. I don't know why. Though apparently I sound like I'm Scottish, so that's incredibly disturbing. Did I suffer a stroke and I just don't know it? Possibly. Possibly.
Didn't think to do all of this at such a young age, but in reality, he was involved with it for much longer than you'd think. For one, Michael Patron and Gerald Cotton likely met doing previous business, and Cotton's admission stating, "We have a lot of experience with digital currencies and the challenge they face," is probably one of the few truths the guy ever told. In regards to Michael Patron and Quadriga, it does appear that Gerald Cotton turned his back on Patron. But it's also worth noting that Michael Patron has changed his name, but he was formerly known as a man by the name of Omar Dahani, and he changed his name twice because he was a convicted felon that lost.
And he also had plastic surgery. He definitely had a chin implant. And cheek implants on a dude? What is happening? Sorry, I watch way too many plastic surgery videos on YouTube. And I don't know. I'm kind of obsessed with them. And I'm like, ooh, now I feel like I'm like out here spotting people's cosmetic procedures.
Laundered money for an identity theft ring by the name of Shadow Crew. Patron got to start accepting Western Union money orders, and he would mix your...
Oh, JM knows all about the plastic surgery. Are you a fellow plastic surgery video watcher? I didn't even know all these procedures were like a thing. Now I'm like, all these sticky people out here that just have money and weren't even born hot. Some of us had to be born hot. Do you know how hard that is? Unbelievable. Stolen valor. Stolen valor. Real OGs watch blackhead removal videos? Yeah. I love Dr. Pimple Popper. I watch that shit before I go to bed. You don't want to dox yourself too hard, but one of your family members is a plastic surgeon. Ooh. Damn. And you're single? Hit me up. Hit me up. Well, no, I just want to get in with somebody that has a rich family. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. But maybe also not. I don't know. You have a friend who works in a plastic surgery clinic. 90% of what she does is liposuction. Ooh, yeah, I did. That's one thing I don't need. I am very skinny. I do not need liposuction. But I don't know if I were gonna get anything done. I think I would get that operation where they suck the fat out of your thighs and they put it in your tits. That's what I would do. I would do that. I would do that. But yeah, there's like a fat grafting thing where they liposuction the... Wouldn't go saline. I've heard they get mold in them. Also, I have lupus, so I don't want to get like a foreign object shoved in. But the only thing I don't like about my body is that like I would like my boobs to be bigger. Everything else, I feel like Mother Nature did a pretty decent job. But yeah, that's what I would change. Just not even like, I don't want huge boobs. I only want them like maybe like a cup size or two bigger. But I just feel like that would be nice.
money with a digital currency called e-gold that once again accepted bank wires in exchange for the token. Consequently, Patron was deported from the US, and it seems that he started working on something called M-Gold Exchange with Gerald Cotton, another currency exchange that was around in 2008, and there were quite a few options for digital currencies at the time. One of the larger currencies before Bitcoin was Liberty Reserve, and the premise was simple.
You heard of a terrible story where a drug lord paid for his wife's implants? He left the what in there? I'm getting half of the comments cut off because my widgets aren't calibrated properly. Can I see it in Twitch chat? No. I assume he left a ring in there or something. I assume he left something metal in there if the MRI machine ripped it out. Hang on, guys. Oh, he put a tracker in there. Oh, to track his wife. Got you. Gotcha. Okay, I can see the whole comment now. I had to like... Everything this morning totally shut itself this morning. I was like, is Mercury in the microwave again? Because why is everything fucking... Everything to do with the internet and phones and fucking accounts was like shitting all over me. And I looked it up. I said, Google, is Mercury in the microwave? And apparently it's not. And I think that's what happens when Mercury is in the microwave. So, no. Can't they insert a balloon and then you could use a bicycle pump? Well, apparently that's what they do when they have to like... So say if like you have really, really small boobs and you want to like increase the size by a lot, apparently they do like stretch the skin by slowly like having something in there that they slowly inflate so that like they can actually accommodate the breast implant that you want. But yeah, I wouldn't go much bigger than what I am now. Like they do that for a really bad eating disorder. They put the pump in. Ooh. Oh God, that sounds horrific. Erectile dysfunction, not eating disorder. Sorry, my brain went to eating disorder. They have cool penile implants for guys now where you have a valve and a pump installed in the sac so you can control. You can tell the difference between male and female brains when I automatically assume it means eating disorder. Not sure if it would help with an eating disorder. Well, I thought you meant to say bowels. I thought you meant to say they were pumping people's bowels. And I was like, okay. Because ED to me is eating disorder. I think if I hooked up with a guy that had erectile dysfunction, I would be very offended. That's never happened. I would be like, how rude. How rude. How dare you? Yeah, I think I would be very offended.
$1 was 1 Liberty Reserve, and you could send money to anybody else who had an account on the network for a small fee that would go to Liberty Reserve, or they would take 1% on all transactions. However, Liberty Reserve could only be traded through exchanges where they would take a fee. The main difference here between this and something like PayPal is that you didn't need any identity verification or any kind of regulation and just needed an email. And the company, which operated out of Costa Rica, grew to 1 million users by the time it was shut down. To which, when it was shut down, it was labeled as the largest money laundering case in the United States history. As you can imagine, Liberty Reserve brought forth all of your usual activity. And when the US finally seized Liberty Reserve,
oh no, we've got Cumtown boys in the fucking chat. Jesus Christ, can a woman get away from this shit for 10 seconds?
It resulted in a massive data dump that showed all of the accounts and their balances on the network. Going through the government exhibits, the connection to Cotton and Patron is visual within one of the millions of accounts. In the row containing
Cumtown is a podcast. Well, I think it is still a podcast. I don't know. I haven't heard of it in a minute. I haven't heard anyone talk about it for a while.
mgold.com, you can see the first and last name Omar Patron and the email account gerald.cotton@gmail.com. This account contained a balance of 5 million Liberty Reserve. And Liberty Reserve shut down in 2013, and it just so happens that Cotton and Patron would found Quadriga later that year. And wait, there's more, because Cotton also had multiple accounts.
Should I make an Australian version of Cumtown called Spoofhood? And it's just a rip-off, but just with Australians. I reckon that would be good. Spoofdorf. Yeah, let's call it Spoofdorf. I love it. I'm gonna do it. It's my idea. No one steal it. It's mine. I created it. It's my intellectual property. I will sue all of you.
On Quadriga, to which his main alternate alias was Scepter, that linked to a extensive scamming history, including a forum dedicated to Ponzi schemes by the name of Talk Gold, to which Patron was friends with a user by the name of Scepter. And Scepter joined Talk Gold in 2003, meaning that he was likely in his teens when he started doing this. His past scams included a Ponzi investment program by the name of Lucky Invest and SNS Investments, which can all be found on the closed/scam section of Talk Gold. And these services claim to offer 103% returns in 48 hours. And it appears that Cotton's history also included shilling services. Basically, you would pay him money and he would go on a bunch of sock puppet accounts and make your investment scheme seem legit. This all ties into a Black Hat forum account by the name of Murdoch1337, where he made a post stating in 2012 that he was looking for a programmer who was familiar with Bitcoin to develop a website that was very similar to Bitstamp. And you can find ads on another website where he left his Skype name for the exact same purpose. The Skype name was Jerry WC, or scepter@countermail.com. Murdoch1337 is Gerald Cotton, and it just so happens that his Black Hat World account was active August 2019, long after your boy was in the ground. So either this was some investigation looking into this account.
We all knew he didn't die from shitting his pants. He could stand to lose a few kilos, if you know what I mean. That man never met a cheeseburger he didn't like. A likely fucking story.
Which I doubt. Or Mr. Cotton didn't actually pass away. If so, where is he right now? I'd love to know what you guys think, because there are quite a few people that are looking for him, especially if it means redeeming the $100,000 for the details of
Maybe he's in North Korea, like on Crash Landing on You, with the rich guy that's running away from the South Korean family. They end up in North Korea and they just play the North Korean money the North Korean government heaps of money to keep them safe. K-drama is the answer to everything. It solves all of your problems. I can't recommend it enough.
the funds. I guess only time will tell if Gerald Cotton will come back from the dead. This is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
K-drama Discord night? Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I just don't want to get sued from anyone. Did I enjoy? Yeah, I enjoyed it. It wasn't spooky, but it was interesting. It was informative. Crash Landing on You was your favorite? Yeah, it's so cute. I'm just going to grab some breakfast slash lunch slash dinner, and I will be back in like 10 minutes because I am a quick eater. I don't know if that's fast, but I'm just going to congratulate myself anyway. Bye. Be back soon, I guess. Testing. I'm back. Did you miss me? I actually ate my lunch really fast, but then I couldn't find my medication because I walk around the house with like stuff in my hands, and then I just absentmindedly like drop things in weird places or put them in weird places, and then I'm like trying to remember what I need to take, and it's like a whole thing. Anyway, that's the life of a scatterbrain. It's very fun. Oh, that's just me cracking some Kit Kat. I have gooey caramel Kit Kat. I'm having it for dessert. It's ASMR? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's that. Get your own Kit Kat. Speaking of Kit Kats, my cat is sitting right next to me, and I've got a feeling she's going to attack my hand when I start using the mouse, because she'll probably think it's a game, and I'm kind of nervous. Nori, do you want to go away? Nori, meow into the microphone at least so people can hear you. Yeah? What do you want? Nori. Oh, okay, you're gonna go. Alright, fine. Bugger off. I don't like you anyway. How rude. Mm-mm-mm. Chocolate is so good. Chad is playing vampire games. Does sound like something Chad would do. Is this Russell Crowe? It did look suspiciously like him. What should we watch? He has some spooky-ish ones. Update on Desi. We usually do that in the nighttime stream. But I guess we could have a look. You're still searching for your souls? For your soul or for your... No, I shouldn't say that. That's too mean. I was going to be really mean to Delta. But I decided to be nice. I decided to not be an asshole. It was hard. It was hard. I had to suppress every instinct in my body. Nah. I'm a nice person. Ha ha. Can you fuck off? Oh no, wait, I meant to do that. The real Blair Witch incident. When I saw the Blair Witch Project, I was just like, oh, I just thought he was just taking a piss in the corner. Like, I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention to the movie very well. Look, I have an attention deficit, okay? I have an attention deficit, and I don't know. I got distracted. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I blame God for making my brain defectively. It's not my fault. What am I supposed to do? I don't even remember what I was gonna... I don't even know what I was gonna say, Delta. I honestly don't even remember now. Look, inappropriate, hilarious things just pop into my brain all the time, but sometimes I just giggle to myself and people think I'm crazy. And other times I blurt them out and other people laugh, or they just look at me like I'm nuts. And, you know, it's a 50-50 thing. It's a 50-50 thing. Disturbing audio recordings or the real Blair Witch incident? Where is everybody at the moment? Where are you? Where are you located? What are you doing? What are you doing with yourself? You're at home. Scandalous. You're currently at your house. Amazing. Well, I figured you guys would be at home. It would be a bit weird if you weren't at home. Debating getting KFC for dinner. Ooh, what's your go-to? What's your go-to at KFC? I really like Wicked Wings, but I also really like the hot and crispy thing because it's basically just boneless Wicked Wings. Oh, and Zinger Stacker. Yeah, Zinger Stacker is the best burger by far. I was about to say that. I do like a Zinger Stacker box. But like, there's so many calories, but also it's a lot of protein. So I'm like, well, if I just eat the Zinger Stacker and I get like a no-calorie drink, then I can still have a Rock of Ease and be just on the calories that I'm gonna have for the day. You're so sick of restaurant food? Oh, look at you. I'm so sick of restaurant food. I go to a restaurant like 3 times a year, maybe. And they're not even like fancy restaurants. They're like restaurants that cost like $60 for 2 people. What's the New South Wales fried chicken place? I don't know. I don't know. The dark side of Reddit. I mean, if you're a Reddit user, you're probably already fucked in the head, right? Just by like virtue of existing? Is that how it works? But yeah, fuck Zinger Stackers are so good. Do you get like extra supercharged sauce and like dip all your shit in there? That's what I do. Yum. Too bad I like being skinny. You love the supercharged sauce? Yeah, it's so good. So good. Oh, now I want KFC. But I also want to be skinny. Why is life so hard? Don't do it. Don't tell me what to do. You were fat in high school and now you remain... See, I've always been very, 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 very skinny. I am... Yeah, I can wear clothes from the kids section at like department stores, which is not I mean, it is good in some ways. I did get a bitching bluey shirt from Kmart, so that was a score. That was a score. Oh, also I got some really cheap Hello Kitty stuff from from the kids section, and then and then my friend posted a picture of her toddler wearing the same hoodie, and I was like, yeah. And then I felt proud of myself for it looking better on me. Thank you. But for work, you go drinking? Oh, I'm so jealous of your lifestyle. I take a drug called methotrexate for my lupus, and I'm not really allowed to drink at all. So, you make pennies at the moment? I don't know. I'm a social worker. You probably make more than I do. I didn't even know you could make pennies in Australia. Probably, but your hourly rate is bad. I'm just really jealous of the drinking 2 to 4 nights. You don't pay for the dinners? I wish someone would pay for my dinner. Expense out to clients. Ooh. Oh, so are these like networking dinners or whatever? Like you're whining and dining people? I can't do that. You'll buy me a family bucket? I want wicked wings or hot and crispy. Here's a question for you, JM. KFC coleslaw, yes or no? Your life depends on this, on whether or not we can be best friends forever. No. Now you have to die. Now you have to die. You always swap the mash for extra chips. In the Zinger wrap, it's good. Well, I always put it like, if I'm eating like the original recipe, I always put like coleslaw on the top of it. I don't know. It tastes really good. If you have it in the same bite as the chicken, it tastes good. And I will die on that hill. Because it's just like mayonnaise-y and like crunchy, and it tastes like, ooh, freshness. Anyway, we're watching a video from Nexpo, the real Blair Witch incident. You worked at KFC from age 15 to 19? Yeah, my cousin used to work there, and she was working at KFC and she got held up with a machete. And that wasn't in Western Sydney. Before anyone says that was in Western Sydney, it wasn't in Western Sydney. She lives on the New South Wales North Coast, so shut up, okay? Delta, you're trying my patience. Alright, the Blair Witch Project. Let's fucking go. Wee. Ooh. 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 Can't have stolen more than $300 in Western Sydney, and he put the dollar sign on the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, he's triggering me. I'm so triggered. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I am. That actually makes my fucking head explode. If I cardiac arrest right now and drop dead, the police are coming for you because you did that on purpose. Knowing that I am a fragile little flower. You knew that was going to send me over the edge. You sick fuck. You sick fuck, JM. Look at you. Disgusting behavior. Disgusting behavior. How do you live with yourself? What kind of flower am I? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a flower that's like small and feisty and like I don't know. I don't know.
What is this about? Well, to be honest with you, this isn't really about anything. This is about us.
Try to get her halfway done. Hang out, hang out. Stop right now.
Should I be watching this? Am I gonna...
It's a late night. Unassuming. Quiet. The Walton Files blares on your bedroom TV, filling the void of darkness around you. It's peaceful, comfortable even. You scroll through Reddit, searching for something to pass the time. Before, out of nowhere, a lone post by an Emerald Spring populates your feed. They're searching for something, some sort of lost documentary called The Real Blair Witch. There seems to be so little information about this documentary out there and absolutely nowhere to watch it. I recall it being on TV, and there's one or two references to it out there. It has nothing to do with the Blair Witch Project and is more of a true crime documentary. I'd love to see it again, and it's frustrated me for years now, not being able to track it down. It must be out there in some archive somewhere, but I'm guessing its lack of availability kind of makes it lost. At first glance, this seems relatively unassuming. Yet another lost media mystery with hardly a lead to go on. Yet the name, The Real Blair Witch, shrouds it in this weird tinge of dread. I don't know what it is, but something about the way this is framed, the lack of information, something about this has sparked something. Within their post, Emerald Spring provides a link to its IMDb page, revealing that there's hardly anything to go off of. The page is barren, just one review, a release year, and director. The only tangible bit of info here is the plot summary. A group of teens from Flint, Michigan film themselves kidnapping and terrorizing a new acquaintance before taking her out to the woods and dumping her in a shallow grave. They then toss their terrified and blindfolded victim, asking if she had any...
Okay, I will continue watching this if anybody can provide me with the following information. If there is any R wording in this, I cannot watch it. If there isn't, I can watch it. That's the information I need to ascertain. You have no idea, you haven't seen it. I mean, the fact that it's on YouTube probably means we're safe, right? I doubt he would put anything too graphic in the video, right? Because it wouldn't get monetized. It would be a waste of time. All right, I feel like we're probably gonna be okay. I feel like we might be okay.
Last requests before they cut her throat. But was the kidnap real or just a game? What's revealed is an extraordinary and disturbing record of a night when something went terrible.
How long is the video? 31 minutes and 38 seconds. We can watch something else, Delta. We'll watch something else. We can swap. Yeah, we can swap. I mean, I've got a feeling I might not enjoy it, so he has less scary stuff. The dark side of Reddit. Go on his channel. And filter by popular. Don't watch it? Yeah. If you think, I mean, Hyperbovian and I have had some pretty long DNMs, and if he says to not watch it, then I would say I probably shouldn't watch it. Meow, meow, meow. You've got a good one? What is it? Barely sociable FBI tape. If you search that, you should find it about a Japanese cult. Oh, is it Shirinko? Is it the Shirinko cult? The sarin gas cult with the anime Jesus? Is it that cult? Yay! Cults! Yeah. I'm pretty well versed in that. I am pretty well versed in that, I must say. Me and JM are bonding. You're gonna have to watch out, Hyperbovia. Me and JM are bonding. We like to watch plastic surgery videos. We both like the same order from KFC. It's gonna be an amazing friendship. I can feel it. Why are you crying, Nori? Oi, Nori. What are you doing? You're still my friend, Delta. Maybe. Maybe. Watch out. You might be replaced. I'm just joking. You're all my friends. You're all my friends. It's okay. You still have your horse girls. Ah, help me. Boop, 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 boop. How a lost FBI tape surfaced on YouTube. Featuring Blame It on Jorge. I assume that's how you pronounce that. I don't know. Hello, Dragon Fruit. Ooh, you're in America. Am I going to keep Can I read? Are you going to keep streaming to the tonight stream? It depends. I think I'm going to have to recharge my headphones because these headphones don't have a very good shelf life. You are wicked. No need. Oh, somebody on Kick is saying that I'm wicked. They also said they wanted to... Sorry, witch, no. Did you catch the end of the stream? No, I'm just talking to someone on Kick who's obsessed with me being wicked and a witch, and they like, I don't know, they have some type of kink where they want to tie me to a stake or something. I don't know. I mean... That's exactly what they're saying to me, Delta. Of the West? Of Western Sydney. Yeah. I mean, I'm not as far west as JM, but, you know. You could say that Western Australia is greater Western Sydney. Hey, what's your language, Raven 666666? Don't you use that language? Disgusting. Disgusting. Watch yourself.
Today's video is brought to you by Keeps. Now, before we start today's video, I want to ask you guys a question. If you had to take a guess at the most common demographic present on
What is it with everyone on Kick being a total psycho? I can't ban anyone on Twitch because I'm not logged into it. Because it's Kick, yeah, I know. But you make way more money on there if people do watch you. It's Kick, yeah, I know. But you don't make any money on Twitch. I want money, I'm poor, help me. I want to buy stuff. I want to buy stuff. You just have to be abused for it, yeah. But they're not even saying anything good. They're not even saying anything good.
Now, it's been a while since we've covered any creepy media across my YouTube channels. And the reason that I rarely cover this kind of stuff is that the majority of these home films or home VHS tapes that are found by the internet to be creepy, most of the time are nothing besides a bit of home video taken out of context. But I can't really say that about today's topic that we are going to be taking a look at, because this video, wow, it really boggles my mind that stuff like this can just be found floating around on YouTube. And at the time of me writing the script for this video, this random upload has only about 50 views, and no Reddit threads or any other websites have picked up on this internet mystery yet. And while normally I'd be incredibly skeptical at any random creepy videos that appear uploaded on these pretenses, I'll explain to you first how I found this video, and I will say that this was sent to me by a user by the name of Castigamat, who was the same person who actually wrote about that Nanny Lynn video a while back and led me to covering that topic. And just recently, he reached out to me on Twitter asking me what I thought about this particular film that he had found on YouTube. And the upload he linked me to was uploaded to a channel by the name of Dr. Rip VHS. Now, I will say I get sent a bunch of creepy videos all the time. Much of them are just half-assed attempts at being ARGs that they want me to cover. But this was different, as the uploader is a person who collects rare VHS tapes from Goodwill. And with looking at this guy's content...
Raven, you'd be a lot more menacing if you could master the basics of English grammar so I actually understood what you were trying to insult me with. Like, it's just, you know, it's just common courtesy if you're gonna, like, try and insult a bitch to put a little bit of effort into it. I can't ban them. I'm not in the... all of my stuff crashed this morning. I can't. Like, I barely got OBS up and running this morning. I can't ban anybody. I'm not even logged into the Twitch chat. You already got them? Awesome.
This guy seems to be a legitimate collector with a provable backlog. And when I realized this, it piqued my interest, as this guy was asking for help identifying the tape in his description. And after going through this film incredibly carefully, I was actually able to piece together clues from the video itself to solve this one. And I must say, I'm a little shocked at what this guy found sitting in a Goodwill outlet.
Wait, so this video was at the op shop. That's nuts, man. It's fun to mess with trolls. Sometimes they're funny. Yeah, but I couldn't even understand what he was trying to say. He would say, like, you are witch. And then he would say, no. And then he would say, fuck you. And then he would say, you are witch. Are you witch? Witch? And then, like, burn witch. Like, I don't even know. It was very bizarre. Yeah, it seems like a retired FBI agent. Retired and the family dropped the stuff off without checking it. Yeah, fuck. Sorry, not retired, died. I figured you meant retired from life. He retired from life. She deleted me from Facebook, so I deleted her from life. Sorry, had to. The ones that think the devil is real, yeah. Well, if the devil is real, she is probably me, to be fair. Talking about the kick guy, yeah, I knew who you were talking about. But I don't think it was somebody that had English as a first language, because I knew they were insulting me, but it wasn't even like articulated well enough to like fuck with them. A lot of weirdos have like, anyway, I'm not gonna go into it. Let's just watch the video.
The VHS is titled Jerry Hill 199M, New York, 252958. This was due
Hot.
to the given handwritten label on the VHS itself. The runtime is 8 minutes and 51 seconds, and the disturbing portion of this film can be seen written over parts of a 1988 television show called Camera Infragante. The tape has no sound, and after 21 seconds, we are greeted with a title at the bottom of the tape reading, "Good Boy." Here the camera shows 3 VHS tapes laid across the camouflage mat, where the camera pans in to show us a newspaper clipping. Around 38 seconds, the title is visible.
Do you need a moment, JM? Are you okay, mate? Do you need a little time to yourself? Because we can facilitate that for you. We can facilitate that for you if that's what you need. We're here to help.
Man charged with spraying irritant in Disneyland. Not much else is visible throughout the duration of the segment. And after zooming back and forth, the video cuts to a change in the title at the bottom. Dead Guest, it reads. All older photographs, seeming to indicate to the viewer that these people have passed away. The camera lingers for some time until 2 minutes in, when the screen cuts to black and it reads, quote, "nerve gas." Until 2 minutes and 25 seconds, the phrase continues, "made easy." And just 10 seconds later, the video continues to greet the viewer with various things spread across the same camouflage mat. First is various chemicals, a pair of tongs, a clock pointing to 9 p.m., and lastly, the number 14. At 2 minutes and 54 seconds, a hand with rubber gloves appears to pour some of the liquid. It's a clear substance. And later the figure would open up a metal container to reveal another bottle of chemicals inside.
I wonder what the soundtrack is. It's funky. It's funky. Hot.
From hereafter, the figure continues over to the calendar, and we see a clear date. April 14th, 1995. And when paired with the clock, it seems to indicate the time of 9 p.m. on that date. We're at 4 minutes and 56 seconds. The camera then cuts to the phrase, "dead guest," again. And throughout the rest of the video, it shows various other chemicals. Some in a freezer, where the figure would continue to show them off to the camera.
Should I start a fun cult where, like, we just eat KFC and watch K-drama and get drunk? Should I start a fun cult? All you have to do is just worship me, and then we can all be friends. Who's in? Who is in? Can you be the treasurer? You sound like you're good with money, so we'll say yes. We'll give you a tentative yes. There you go.
until at 6 minutes, it would show a cutaway to an undisclosed street. And just like that, the tape would cut back to the TV show.
Now, that video is pretty cryptic, and while you might assume that the VHS title might yield some results regarding who made the film, not a single result comes up on Google pertaining to this name. However, on the other hand, the label on the tape seems to follow the FBI's Central Records System format, which, in case you are unfamiliar...
Wait, is it really? Is it really from Ava Adore? Because if it is, my soul must have known, because listen again. Well, I don't know. I did feel my spider senses tingling, because that used to be my slutty dancing in the club song. So that might have been what triggered my let's get drunk and dance like a whore. Funnily enough. Oh, go back. How far back?
You might assume that the VHS title might yield some result.
Further back?
Until at 6 minutes.
Oh, it is! It just needs a and then Billy to come in dressed like a hot vampire and go, "It's you that I adore, you'll always be my whore." Ooh, titillating. How exciting.
Now, that video is pretty cryptic, and while you might assume that the VHS title might yield some results regarding who made the film, not a single result comes up on Google pertaining to this name. However, on the other hand, the label on the tape seems to follow the FBI's Central Records System format, which, in case you are unfamiliar with how the FBI classifies its documents, here's a
Yes, I am.
The first digits on the FBI's record-keeping system classifies the investigation. The second code is what office the file originated from, and the third is the unique file number. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the M is in this case. However, if we look up the code 199 in the FBI's classification guidebook, you'll see that the code is related to foreign counterintelligence.
Ooh.
And let me add that it's a very specific form of counterintelligence, and YouTube really doesn't like this word, but I'll let you read it yourself.
Thank you for following 420 Deem. Nice to have you. Foreign counterintelligence, terrorism, Attorney General guidelines for foreign counterintelligence. Ooh.
So to summarize, this tape is related to counterintelligence, the file originates from the New York office, and the case ID is the following. And according to Dr. Rip, this tape was found at a Goodwill in Portland, Oregon. So let's next address the name found on the tape. While I have to admit the name Jerry Hill is a rather common name, there also appears to have been a FBI special agent acting around the 90s under this same name. According to newspapers, in the late 90s he was located in Nevada, and the last newspaper I could find referencing the special agent came from...
Asia has really good KFC. Like, the KFC in Singapore is really good. The KFC in Malaysia is really good. The KFC in Vietnam is really good. Yeah, Asia has a really good... The KFC in Japan is about the same as it is in Australia, but everywhere else seems to have it. You tried Popeyes in Changi Airport. I tried Popeyes at the airport too, and it was shit. I was like, why are Americans frothing over this? Their, like, takeaway food must be so bad. Yeah, I was like, what are people frothing? Like, it's nothing. It's nothing to write home about. Yeah, it wasn't enjoyable. It was incredibly overrated.
From 2003, where the newspaper lists him as a special agent of the Portland FBI. If he retired from this point afterwards, it explains how we came in contact with this tape. So that being said, let's move on to the contents of the tape itself. Starting off, if you recall the newspaper clipping from the start of the video, the original article is dated April 1st, 1995, where this article discussed a man who released a noxious substance at Disneyland that got 33 people sick. When you see this paired with the phrase "good boy," it seems like the guy was cheering on another attack. And when you pair the phrase "dead guest" and the further mention of nerve gas, this seems to be a video of someone threatening the park's visitors. Because in case you are unfamiliar with nerve gas, even the slightest exposure to the substance can be lethal, as it causes respiratory paralysis. Or in other words, it just causes you to stop breathing. And what makes this video so unbelievably creepy is when you search for the date responsible for this particular incident. That being the date shown on the calendar, because if you search back in news archives for April 14th, 1995, Disneyland had received a VHS tape to the park's security office on a day prior, April 13th. And according to an article from the Los Angeles Times, Disneyland spokesman Tom Brocato said Saturday that the park's security office had received a threat on April 13th in a letter and videotape that showed a man wearing rubber gloves and mixing chemicals. U.S. authorities were immediately notified, according to Disneyland officials. Stern said the anonymous threat implied that a gas attack similar to the one in Tokyo in March could be expected at the Orange County theme park. Now, I will note that this videotape that was received to Disney on April 13th, 1995 was later labeled a hoax, as nothing had taken place. But I think it's worth explaining the full story behind this tape as a whole, because while it may be true that this was technically a hoax, there's a lot more context here that's worth considering. And there's even more evidence to suggest that the tape that we just saw was the same.
There's stuff about the O.J. Simpson case. That's nuts. That's what my eyes went to. Thank you for making the Kardashian family famous, O.J. Simpson. What you have unleashed on the world. So many people wouldn't know about plastic surgery if it... O.J. Simpson, the actor. O.J. Simpson, the murderer, former football player. I'm gonna Delta, please. Please remove yourself from my sight. Go to your room. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Same one received to Disney that day. The full story regarding this tape begins with one of the most infamous cults in existence, Shinrikyo, or Supreme Truth, a Japanese doomsday cult that would deploy toxic gas similar to the sarin nerve agent in a Tokyo subway on March 20th, 1995. This event would prompt law enforcement around the world to take action regarding this cult, as their presence became an ever-growing threat to the general public. A couple weeks later, at the start of April in 1995, Japanese law enforcement then notified U.S. authorities that two self-proclaimed cult members had been en route to Los Angeles International Airport. When the cult members arrived at LAX, they arrived a week before Easter. Several sources noted that they were stopped and questioned.
One of Epstein's victims lives in Perth and unfortunately deleted herself recently. Sort of knew about her through the grapevine. Yeah, that's horrible. That's really horrible. The whole thing is so fucked up because so many rich and powerful people are implicated, so it's just going to be buried forever. She got a few million from Prince Andrew. Oh, is that Virginia... I don't know, Virginia, some French name, Guffrey? I always thought it was Guffrey, but then I heard someone say Guffrey, and I was like, well, I am public school white trash, so that is how I would pronounce it. But, no, Yeah, that's really sad.
However, whatever happened at this point isn't fully clear, as the FBI would not give information involving an ongoing investigation. Some reporting on the subject states that 2 Japanese men were detained for questioning, but where details seem to conflict regarding the reports is whether or not the men were released thereafter and what criminal evidence they actually found that day. On one hand, the Baltimore Sun had initially reported that when the 2 Japanese men were detained there, they were found to have had written instructions on how to make sarin, and a VHS tape where 3 dates were circled on the calendar on that tape, with the dates April 14th, 15th, and 16th, as well as 9 p.m. written on each of those days in the calendar, and that their planned target was Disneyland. But it's also worth pointing out that this report seems to conflict with another report given by a Japanese official. A Japanese Foreign Ministry spokesman said that authorities at the airport found that the 2 men had in their possession printed material related to sarin, the nerve agent used in the Tokyo attack. Under questioning,
and in 2025, a Twitch streamer located one of the most obnoxious chatters, drove to their house and dismembered them limb by limb. Their name was synonymous with the mouth of a river because they kept on yapping their mouth. All right, Delta? All right. I'm just joking. You are university educated. How did you not know that? You need to go to a very badly funded public school and then go to a group of 8 university, and that's how you become so smart like me. That's how you become a gothic princess genius. Okay? I can help you. You went to group of 8? Ooh, we're twins.
the men said that their purpose was to get...
Let me Google it then. Let me Google it then, Delta Smelter. A river delta is a landform, archetypically triangular, created by the deposition of the sediments that are carried by the waters of a river. Deltas are wetlands that form as rivers empty their waters and sediment into another body of water, such as an ocean, lake, or another river. Although very uncommon, deltas can also empty into land. There you go. There you go, Delta. Who was right and who was wrong? Do 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 do.
Get information from chemists there on how chemical substances related to sarin could be used for pesticides. The Japanese...
Delta, I'm just mucking around. I'm just mucking around. You know I still love you. You know I still love you, Delta.
Spokesman said. U.S. authorities at the airport accepted the men's explanation. The Foreign Ministry spokesman said, adding that nothing criminal was found, and supposedly thereafter the 2 cult members were released. Now, like I said, it's hard to say what exactly happened here on this particular day, and it's also worth pointing out that the DOJ spokesman completely refuted that anybody was questioned at all, and he also refused to comment about anything regarding a videotape. But what is consistent among the reporting hereafter, it's that every source states that they have no clue as to the whereabouts of the cult members after their questioning. And just days after these men were questioned, that's when Disneyland received this anonymous threat to their security office. And as you can imagine, given the full context of what I've shared with you, this threat was not taken lightly. So much so that even the President of the United States, President Clinton at the time, ended up commenting on the efforts to prevent any incident from happening at Disneyland that particular weekend. And since no attack ended up taking place at this time, the threat was deemed a hoax. And this was the final word given on the subject. Investigators said Saturday that the hoax might have been perpetrated by a current or former Disneyland employee. A federal official said investigators are working on this premise because the threat was made against the park's guests.
Bill Clinton, the saxophone player? Yes, the very one. The very one. You would have loved to have been a detective in another life. Also, ooh, police. Well, you always have a pair of handcuffs on you, which could be handy. It could be kinky. I like it. I like it.
A term used by the park for its customers. And the letter and videotape were sent to the Disneyland security office. A criminal investigation is being conducted by the FBI in an effort to identify and prosecute whoever was responsible.
Wait, do you have a kinky story about a police officer, Delta? Can you share it with the class? Thank you.
Stern said. But despite their best efforts, it seems whoever was behind this tape was never caught. But that being said, there is still a bit more to this story. So if we tie our stories together here, it might be reasonable to assume that Jerry Hill, the FBI agent, was later working on this case. But if the FBI was later investigating this video under the assumption that it was made by a Disneyland employee, or this was simply just a hoax from an unrelated third party, then why was this a case file out of New York, and why was it labeled counterintelligence? Given the label and classification of this tape, it seems more to point towards the government investigating this under the Shinrikyo case file. Because 199 classifications are specific to foreign counterintelligence, so clearly we're seeing the DOJ spokesman say one thing here, and their own internal record-keeping system say another. Now, why is that? Probably because the story was leaked to the press in the first place. And it makes sense the New York FBI office would be tied to this particular case, because when it came to the cult's presence around the world, they held locations in a variety of jurisdictions. However, their presence in the United States was headquartered in New York. As they had set up their business...
This whole chat is gonna get spanked. This whole chat is gonna get spanked by a small titty goth girl, and you've all got it coming to you. Who's the pale girl beating down your door? I don't know, because I'm still at home. But that doesn't mean I'll be at home forever. Because everybody is getting on my tits. You're all getting spanked. All of you.
With their nonprofit located in New York City. But that's not the only clue you can find searching for broader context. After the Tokyo subway incident that injured 6,000 and claimed 14, that's when nearly every government agency marked this group as a threat. And when you look through the timeline for when the raids in this group were taking place, they spanned from March 23rd to September 4th, 1995, and the police conducted over 500 raids on approximately 300 locations, confiscating 66,000 items of evidence in their investigation. And here we are just looking at one of those pieces of evidence. And I must say, it's rather bizarre that the Japanese official would claim that the US authorities accepted the explanation that they were using sarin for pesticides, because this was during the active time period that this group was being raided. But the story gets even more interesting when I tell you about something that was planned on April 15th, 1995. The cult's leader even prophesied that something terrible was going to happen on that particular day. And while I will note that the original prediction this guy made was that an earthquake would happen on April 15th, this still led to large amounts of speculation for people at the time that the group was planning something. This led to thousands of police officers lining the street in Tokyo that day.
I don't really know what else one could do but just go about their normal business. I bought bottled water to keep in my apartment, so just in case we can't drink the water for any reason, I have some water.
But nothing ended up happening.
Gotta have some water.
Our tape and this particular incident, it may have been possible that what he was referring to that day was the Disneyland situation.
The doomsday cult behind the deadly 1995 nerve gas attack on the Tokyo subway system was executed by hanging on Friday. Asahara was the head of the Shinrikyo cult. In addition to Asahara, 6 former members of the cult have also been executed.
Now, I should say when it comes to the Shinrikyo cult, much of the details surrounding this group have been discussed ad nauseum here on YouTube. And while this rabbit hole surrounding the group is extensive, the story regarding this tape and whatever they were planning at Disneyland this particular day is just a bit of a small side story. And while
Hyperbovian doesn't recommend the I can't say it. He doesn't recommend Anime Jesus, guys. He doesn't recommend it. 0 out of 10 from Hyperbovian.
I'm sure at least some of you have heard bits and pieces about this story, I'll still give you a brief overview of the more interesting details. Perhaps the most well-known detail is that the leader of this cult, Shoko Asahara, had claimed to his followers that he had the ability to levitate, could predict the future, could see through walls, and was also apparently able to pass his powers on to his followers. But before he was able to do that,
Ricochet had a girlfriend that lived in the Osho Ranch in Oregon. Ricochet, you seem like you've had a checkered past, and I like it. I like it a lot. I'm a fan of it. I am a fan of it, you could say. I'm going to have to stop streaming after this video because my voice is going. I'm going to have a hot cuppa and come back and do the 9 o'clock stream. And, yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. You've been a busy boy, you have. I thought I'd been a busy girl, but you've been a busy boy. I've got to travel around to like 5 different states and spank people. It's gonna be hard because I'm gonna have to drive at night, give people a paddling, then like it's gonna be a whole thing. How many hours ahead is my city? I'm in Melbourne, so I'm Australia Eastern Standard Time. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. I have a godmother that lives in Perth. But, which Pandadora? Yep, that is I. That's 2 hours ahead of Perth. I didn't know if it was 2 or 3. I don't know. So what's Adelaide then? Is Adelaide an hour or an hour and a half or something? Isn't it something weird? I should buy a private jet. What? For spanking people? I think I can get paid for that, right? That's like a job where goth chicks spank people. 30 minutes? Okay. I knew Adelaide was like some weird thing.
That he was apparently an acupuncturist and a pharmacist. However, when it comes to this guy's career as an acupuncturist, he only lasted about a year in that field after getting convicted for causing bodily harm to a person.
One of your colleagues loves dominatrix stuff. Oh, do they tell you about it? Are they one of those people that has to tell other people about it?
After misusing a device that he should have been trained on. After this event, he would move cities to Tokyo, where he would open a Chinese herbal pharmacy. Now, he apparently made a lot of money with this pharmacy. However, he was later arrested for selling fake Chinese medicines, which led to him getting convicted for practicing pharmacy without a license. Now, after serving his time in prison, the guy would ditch his old identity from Chuzuo Matsumoto to Shoko Asahara, where he would move his grifting from medical to spiritual, and eventually founded his own religion inside of Japan, with the belief system being a mix of Buddhism, despite some reports apparently claiming that this man had no familiarity with Buddhism, as well as other mystic beliefs from the Eastern and Western cultures, as well as some Nostradamus stuff thrown in there as well, because Doomsday. Now, it's worth pointing out that the group didn't come into prominence preaching the Doomsday narrative, but this actually came about after a couple of major events happened with the group, the first of which was...
It's kind of work appropriate. Yeah, it sounds very work appropriate.
When the group had successfully lobbied the Japanese government to get recognized as a religious group legally. Once they had this legal recognition, this allowed them to operate with insane tax breaks and basic legal immunity, as Japanese law pertaining to religion prevented investigations into religious groups' activities. And the second major event happened shortly after this, when the group entered into politics, leading to a widespread humiliation of Shoko Asahara, as all of the members that ran, including Asahara, lost horribly. Asahara, for example, only managed to get about 1,700 votes out of 500,000, which means that he failed to even get all of the members of his own religion to support him. And this failure was about the only attempt that would make to capture power with peaceful attempts. Because after this event, it marks a major turning point that led to their final Y2K Doomsday Prophecy, where members were told that the only way to survive this Armageddon was to adopt the faith. Apparently, this Armageddon was to be predated by a Third World War between the US and Japan, and in actuality, these prophecies given by the group were just goals that they were working to instigate behind the scenes.
Still more votes than purple pingers, and I think that's actually true. So, rest in peace, double-barreled name, rich dude. Freaking. You like purple? Do you like purple pingers? I personally used to like the red ones. They were pretty good. Oh, and the really bright fluoro pink ones, they were pretty good.
The group used a variety of tactics to generate endless amounts of wealth, with the more expected avenues being selling religious training, to the more disturbing being leeching off of their followers, because the followers were told they couldn't keep their possessions if they wanted to survive Armageddon. Followers were apparently sold headgear that would supposedly sync their brainwaves to Asahara for about 10 grand a month. The group even resorted to other schemes like selling their leader's bath.
You guys only have to give me like $50 a month to get my bathwater, to get my brainwaves, to get my... I don't know, what else do you guys want? You know, I'm very cheap. I'm very, very cheap. I'm a very cheap cult leader. All you have to do is hang out with me on Discord and watch movies with me and eat KFC with me. It's a very cheap cult. 10 out of 10, I recommend.
Water before that was a thing. And not only that, the group went as far as to make money off extorting local communities by essentially setting up offices unless they were paid to leave. And the group also maintained large amounts of real businesses as well, such as tea plantations, chains of restaurants, fitness clubs, a phone dating club, and a babysitting firm. But furthermore, the group is also believed to have made a portion of their wealth from manufacturing narcotics, which the group had not only used for extra cash, but also used a certain substance that starts with L and ends in SD for particular brainwashing rituals that their followers would endure. And it's also worth stressing the level of devotion that people in this group had to show to their leader, with some members going on starvation diets, depriving themselves of sleep for days on end, being forced to listen to hours and hours of chants as a form of mind control, being forced to submerge themselves in hot baths and hold their breath, being forced to live underground, and it's worth mentioning that some members even died in this process and were secretly cremated.
朝原将校です。使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ。功徳を積むぞ、功徳を積むぞ、功徳を積むぞ、功徳を積むぞ、功徳を積むぞ。瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ。今の苦しみは幻影である。この修行によって今の苦しみを打ち砕くことができる。
If members attempted to leave the cult, they were in some cases killed and or kidnapped. So I think it's safe to say that this was a very organized power structure, with some added religious elements that was hell-bent on destroying the world. So much so that the group had even extended their reach to various other countries where they hoped to recruit more followers, buy exotic weapons, and they even were seeking to acquire nuclear weapons as well. So with all that being said, the entire saga of the Shinrikyo cult is just as equally extensive as it was disturbing. So when it came to our situation in 1995, at Disneyland, it's safe to say that this particular plot that may or may not have been thwarted by US authorities.
It is DZ. It is. It is indeed. It is Anime Jesus himself.
Authorities was just a small snippet, where much of the events relating to this group have never been fully prosecuted. And with a whole bunch of events suspected to be tied to the Shinrikyo cult, there are still a lot of other things that remain unknown. And when it comes to the cult's downfall, it's worth mentioning that Shoko Asahara was later apprehended a month later, in May of 1995. And it wouldn't be until years later that Shoko Asahara and his other accomplices would be later sentenced to death. And despite sitting in prison for years, his organization has seemed to stick around, leading to a lengthy fallout over the years as the group has rebranded. However, the group still remains a fraction of the size that it used to be.
Uh-oh.
Now, getting back to the video tape itself, I should emphasize that for as much as I've been able to tie bits and pieces of our particular story together, I should state that knowing anything about the situation with absolute certainty is very, very difficult. And while I've managed to piece together a lot of information, I must give a disclaimer that the Disneyland story is my interpretation of the news reporting at the time, and your interpretation may be different, which is why I have a Google document in the description of this video that includes a link to various articles and screenshots where...
Did you know in Singapore they spank you on live TV? When you've been naughty and you get corporal punishment, a hot chick spanks you live on TV. Does that turn you on? I'm Sydney Sweeney, and I spank myself on live TV. Good luck, JM. Go commit crimes. All you have to do is get some chewy, give it a good old chew, and spit it straight onto the footpath. Make sure you're standing in front of a cop, and you're going to get spanked. They're going to bend you over, and they're gonna spank you. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do it like 10 years ago.
you can kind of make your own judgment on the reporting for yourself. Because
let's find out. Do they still cane you in Singapore? On TV. We should put that in. Yes, scenes depicting caning have appeared in media in Singapore, though not necessarily a common practice in television today. Your opinions on caning in Singapore as a criminal punishment. Caning in Singapore, judicial, school and parental corporal punishment. Anyway, how do I know this? Because I've seen it.
Because when it comes to this level of conflicting reporting on this incident, it leads to speculation. For instance, I'm not even 100% certain whether the tape was received to Disneyland or whether they got it off the men at the particular airport, because one minute the Disneyland spokesman will tell one newspaper he didn't know what form the threat that they received was in, and then on the same day he'll tell another newspaper that Disneyland received a videotape and a letter. And then the original leaker of this story says that the videotape was found when the two men were apprehended at the airport, and that Disneyland had only received a letter. Also, given the fact that we are presumably looking at the actual tape, where did the dates April 15th and 16th come from? So either there was more than one tape, or the leaker of the story got this part wrong, or we're missing even more info. I still have no explanation for that. And while you might think the easiest way to get some clarity on the subject would be to look at the actual documents from the FBI, despite me spending hours searching for specific FBI documents released to the public regarding Shinrikyo, I've yet to find any that relate to this particular situation. And looking online at the Freedom of Information Act requests on the subject, they've all been pending for years. And for all of the Freedom of Information Act requests that have been responded to, they are no responsive document answers, where this is the government's version of declining to comment, or them basically saying they don't have files on that particular subject. Now, given the fact that the cult is still technically around, albeit in a limited form, I understand why they would not want to release all of the documents. But this is awkward because I can't even find an Shinrikyo case file number to attach specifically to the tape. Because looking online at nearly all of the sources on Shinrikyo are secondhand studies that take place from government agencies. And if this is what we think it is, naturally I have to ask, how did an official copy of an intelligence tape that made it to the highest ranks of government, where the president was intimately familiar with the situation, end up loosely thrown out at a goodwill? I can't imagine this is standard operating procedure, especially when we don't even have the other files to go along with it. From an obscure VHS perspective, this thing almost seems too good to be true. And I'm not gonna lie, it kind of went through my mind that this was some incredibly elaborate alternate reality game meant to capitalize on a very specific news story. But after talking to him and trying to debunk this thing, I haven't found anything that would make me question the tape's legitimacy. And as it turns out, his friends found many of the details that I had found 2 years back. Because when it comes to this tape's story, This is actually the second time it's been uploaded, but his previous channel was deleted for
It's pretty compelling. It's pretty compelling. It looks pretty legit.
copyright on unrelated matter. So when it came time to re-upload this video on his third channel, as he had apparently lost another channel, I don't really blame the guy for forgetting the specifics of this particular tape. And that being said, I still asked Dr. Rip for a statement on how he found this particular tape, as well as how he started his channel. That way we can kind of get a bit more background for him. And while I will have his full statement in the Google document down below, I will summarize it in this video for the sake of time. And the first thing that he clarifies was that he didn't start with strange and obscure VHS tapes, and that he had originally started making notebooks using VHS tape boxes of popular movies to sell at Comic-Cons. This led him to becoming a frequent shopper at Goodwill, and this also led him to the Goodwill outlet, or the bins, where, in case you're unfamiliar with these types of Goodwills, they're basically a last stop before donated items are thrown out. And the items here are from other Goodwill stores where other things did not sell. And here, things were sold by the pound. Here he began building stock of mainstream titles, and after some time, he began to become fascinated by the more bizarre tapes that he would find. This led to him wanting to share these tapes, and he began uploading these to his YouTube channel. He then goes on to explain his memory of this particular tape. He also found this at the Goodwill outlet in Portland, Oregon, and while he admits that the particular memory of this tape was vague, he was reminded from his conversations that he sent me that he had apparently saw other tapes similar to this that one day. He explained that he didn't have too many specific thoughts on this particular tape, aside from the fact that it was found alongside the belongings of what he believed to be a military grandfather. But ultimately, he describes most of the tapes that he found alongside it as pretty boring, and that this was the only one that intrigued him enough to pick it up that day. After going home to play the tape, he was shocked to find what he had found and posted this immediately to his YouTube channel. He had also posted this to his Facebook page then, and he noted that his friends were quick to jump on the case and find many of the details that I had as well. He states that he was impressed by what he had found, but ultimately he thought it was just some famous case that he hadn't heard about and slowly forgot about it. At the end of his story, he explains that he's just happy that people are taking an interest in it because that's what he believes to be the purpose of his channel and what it's all about.
Okay.
Now, in conclusion, I must say you never really know what you're going to find sitting with 50 views on YouTube. And this entire situation is just one crazy coincidence after the other. Between the original story being leaked to the press, so we have any kind of news coverage on it, to the tape being lost years later, to...
Yeah, but the FBI claimed not to have anything on it other than reports compiled by other intelligence agencies. Pay attention, Delta, you failed class.
To a collector uploading these things to YouTube, and to me even finding it here making a video. And regarding this final statement here with...
That's a paddling. Paddling up the creek on the school canoe, that's a paddling. Will this be on the test? Yeah, you all failed. And this is Singapore, baby. We're all well, I'm not getting spanked. You're all getting spanked. I'm a good girl.
The information he's provided us, it still doesn't fully...
You want to get spanked on the sack? I mean, that sounds painful, but if that's what you like, I mean...
Tell us the story of this particular tape. The only logical explanation I can give here was that this agent was either giving this away on accident, or they passed away and it was found alongside their belongings, or maybe the FBI agent doesn't even realize that this was given away in the first place. Regardless of whatever the case may be, this is still one of the weirdest finds I think I've ever seen on YouTube. That being said, this is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
Bye. Bye. All right, guys, I have to give my throat a rest. I'll be back at 9. I'm gonna chill in my bed. I'm gonna chill on my bed on my electric blankie, and I'm gonna have some tea. It's nothing sus. I'm not inviting anyone over. Tell Nori you said hi. I will. She probably heard. Nori, Delta says hi. She's asleep. She doesn't care, but yeah, I'm gonna have some tea, and I'm gonna enjoy my electric blankie. It's gonna be nice, and I will be back at 9 to cover important things such as the news and other important things. All right. See you next time. Bye. Where's the thing? Indeed soon.